No, that's what I call it. But
Now, did you have doctors?
so they take one doctor, usually two nurses, depending on how much surgeons they have. And their specialty is aero decorations. So they're just right along.
I wasn't here for this.
Yeah.
Because my daughter. Something had some sort of.
Yeah,
On a little. But I'm not nervous about that.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Because you have. I don't understand. It's gonna have their cost, and they want all their resources to go into that. And you have to respect it. You have that military, you have that. There are a lot of parallels. How to work, how to balance priorities, how to balance resources.
And let me ask you, would that go to the crosswalk?
The crosswalk.
She wanted me to see the crosswalk. I said, yeah, okay, we'll go to the crosswalk. We're going down east side, and she said, I think we passed the crosswalk.
And all the signs.
I never saw it, so I had to turn around and go. We need something lighter.
When I.
No, until we get it.
I think all the guys, people should stop and say, our speed limit's 20. I'm so tired of these people going so fast through the streets.
This is gonna happen. We have
You live on rubber, but those people are going to be in.
They're gonna be in the way.
Well, we need to get a little more serious about enforcement. We were really good.
I think you should.
I have, you know where I am.
So it is.
And I know the access right now.
And so I suggest starting the bottom section.
The yard.
On side. Takes longer for.
Doing around. Those people.
So I would just tag all the go away to go.
They're fishy. Right. Right, dying, but only as good as the enforcement. If nobody, and I call them, and they chat, so they're real nice.
Says you don't,
And then
says
eventually
he's very aware of
but
me.
the next day you're back.
Oh, no.
And,
You two should meet.
I think the
Sure.
process, having the police come
I'll probably
and make,
essentially make sure.
at the same time. That takes so much stress, if our police could just do the trespassing, period. It says that. They have to have.
Here's how like.
Huh?
Good morning. How are you?
Okay.
Here's how it's a thing again too. So I feel like they're. Great.
I would especially with this, and especially now we've had, it seems to me over the past 5 years, we've had a larger complex of. High school kids. And. So we have to
yeah,
have some process to be able to regulate. Everybody on the roads, who are rules and regulations. And that hold people accountable part is the hardest. stuff.
sure. And to say to a parent, okay, you've lost your late privileges. Gonna make it
Stupid. You should.
Oh, 14.
parents didn't mind. Try to, morning, Beth.
Oh, yeah.
Control of the room.
Yeah, right.
They're not.
I live. There's some.
We're legally obligated to notice. And what difference, and then that is the context. Like makes no difference.
Yes, I think she's gonna be on.
They're in process.
No, it's continued. It's gonna continue. But thank you for double checking. Because there have been times it hasn't been. And we found out after the thing.
They are not willing to accept her. And that's what our rules do.
Yeah.
Zero warning.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
You mean you don't read our reports on Saturday?
No, I feel it's thinking.
Parents over.
I love the.
It's making it unpleasant for you. Because it's making it unpleasant.
Mhm. Some of the things they've added, yeah. Yeah. Good. No, they haven't. They're new.
Is Forcing online?
Well, you were talking about generation. And so they, we kind of.
There she is. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, my system crashed just as I was signing on.
All right. Well, it looks like we have everyone here. So we can begin. Forcino? Okay, great. Welcome everyone to the August 16th, 2022 City Plan Commission meeting. It's nice to see everyone in person and online. We will be moving forward with this hybrid version, and we hope that folks who are online will consider joining us in person. I would also like to ask for a degree of grace and patience today, as our chair, Kobe Crowell, is out, so I'll be filling in today. The City Planning Commission looks forward to hearing all of your projects, and we understand that every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the projects individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, the public, and the city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid, we will continue our time allotment for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 10 to 15 minutes for the applicant, plus questions by commissioners. We will move to public comment, and what we will do is we will defer first to those of you who are here with us today, and then we will move forward to those who are joining us online. Please limit public comment to 2 minutes with speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes if you're representing a group or community association. In all instances, please limit the amount of repetitive comments. I want to continue reminding everyone that the city is updating this comprehensive plan titled KC Spirit Playbook. Sections of the plan are available for review. You can check out the website, which is playbook.kcmo.gov for more information. As we get started, I ask staff to provide ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure there's minimal disruption and maximum clarity. Joe, can you please remind us of those ground rules?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second of our hybrid meetings, so we have a fair number of people in attendance here in City Hall in the council chamber. There's also several dozen in attendance online. For those of you in attendance in person, whenever a case is called, all you need to do is listen to the staff and applicant presentation. And then when the chair calls for a public hearing, go ahead and come up to the podium and you'll be able to speak. The 2 and 5 minute time rules will apply to you, as she mentioned. If you're representing a group, go ahead and let us know that so that we give you the 5 minutes that she's allotted. And then for those of you speaking via Zoom or participating via Zoom, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom whenever the chair calls for the public hearing, and we will go straight to you after those in attendance in City Hall have provided their testimony. One thing to keep in mind if you're participating on Zoom is to stay muted until you're ready to speak, and then mute yourself when you're not. And that way it cuts down on the background noise, and the feedback that we receive in this room makes it easier for everyone to hear. Similar is true for those in attendance. If you wish to speak with your neighbors or with your applicant team, we ask that you go into the lobby to do that because there is a lot of echo in this room and the feedback makes it hard for people participating virtually to hear. And then the last thing I'll note is that for those participating virtually is there is a chat feature in Zoom that you can use to ask technical questions. However, please refrain from speaking on the merits of the project in the chat feature. And I believe that's everything, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so let's start today with the items on the docket to be continued. Joe, will you read those cases?
Right, none of the continuances are consent items. They're all on the regular docket. You want me to go ahead and read those? Okay. So the first continuance is docket item number 4, case number SUP 2022-00011. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at 120 East 79th Street. The applicant has requested continuance off docket. However, staff is recommending a continuance to September 6th, then with fee. Next continuance is docket item 5, case number SUP 2022-00029. This is a request to approve a special use permit for private fuel station at 1629 West 9th Street. In this one, the applicant has requested continuance without fee to September 6th. Next continuance is docket item 8, case number CD CPC 2021-00214. This is the infill residential development text amendments to Chapter 88 of the Zoning and Development Code. In this case, the agenda says continuance to September 20th. However, due to an additional neighborhood meeting yesterday, we're now asking for a continuance to October 4th. And of course, that's without fee. Docket item 9, case number CPC 2022-00120. This is a request to approve the designation of buildings at 3037 Main Street to the Kansas City Register of Historic Places and rezoning the property to historic overlay zone. The applicant for this case is the city council, and the property owner has requested to continue it to September 20th, and the council has agreed to that, the council members who've sponsored this. And that is without fee. Docket item 10 is case number CPC 2022-00115, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 1.5 to District UR and an associated preliminary development plan for a multi-unit development at 27th and Forest Avenue. In this one, the applicant has requested continuance off docket and staff recommends with fee. Docket item 12, case number CPC 2022-00118, a request to approve a preliminary plat for the Glade, which is located at the southeast corner of 87th and Blue River Road. The applicant is requesting continuance without fee to September 6th. And staff also recommends without fee. Docket item 13, case number CPC 2022-00093. This is a request to approve a development plan for the Terraces located at 401 East 42nd Street. The agenda says approval with conditions. However, the applicant has requested continuance off docket and staff recommends with fee. Docket item 14, case number CPC 2022-00082. This is a request to approve an amendment to a previously approved development plan in District UR for Parkway Plaza, which is located on 25 acres bordered by 82nd Street on the north, Maplewood Parkway on the south, Antioch Road or Missouri Route 1 on the east, and Agnes Avenue on the west. The applicant is requesting continuance and staff recommends without fee to September 6th. Next one is docket item 15, case number CPC 2022-00114. This is a request to approve a rezoning without a plan on property at zone R 1.5 to change the zoning to B1 located at 5220 Troost. The applicant is requesting this case be continued to September 6th, and staff recommends with no fee. Next one is docket item 16, case number SUP 2022-00035. A request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at 5617 Northeast 51st Street. The applicant is requesting continuance to September 20th, and staff recommends without fee. In docket item 17, case number SUP 2022-00036. This is also a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at 5719 Northeast 51st Street. And in this case, the applicant has also requested continuance to September 20th and staff recommends without fee. And that concludes all the continuances on the agenda. We do have a few dismissals. Would you like me to do those as well?
You said numbers.
On the regular agenda or consent? Okay. Do you know what date? We can continue it when we get to it, if that's okay, because the staff hasn't informed us of the date yet. So the dismissals, Madam Chair, are docket item 1, and there's 3 companion cases. 1.1 is case number CPC 2021-00221. This is a request to approve a development plan for Ability KC located at the southeast corner of Main and 31st. Docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2021-00171. A request to approve a rezoning for the same property at southeast corner of Main and 31st. And docket item 1.3, a request to approve an amendment to the Midtown Plaza area plan for the same project at the same location. In all 3 cases, the applicant is requesting dismissal.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? We have docket item. I'm just gonna recap, make sure I got them all. Docket item 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 as continuance. And then for dismissals, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Any questions for commissioners? Okay.
Yeah, just want to hear about docket item number 4, whether we're going with off docket as the applicant requested or why staff wants to go to September 6th.
I believe the applicant requested off docket because they this is a special use permit where it's only required because they haven't obtained consent from their neighbors and they think that they may have that consent now, but they're not 100% sure. So they're wanting the continuance. The reason we don't want to go off docket is it appears they're already operating. So we do want either application decided on. So that's why we're suggesting to September 6th.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on any of these docket items to be continued? Joe, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
No, ma'am, no one's raised their hand.
All right, well, we will close public testimony. If there are no other questions from commissioners, I will take a motion.
Okay.
You can do it.
I can do it. I move to continue the following docket items. Docket item 4 to September 6th with fee. Docket item 5 to September 6th without fee. Docket item 8 to October 4th without fee. Docket item 9 to September 20th without fee. Docket item 10 to off docket with fee. Docket item 12 to September 6th without fee. Docket item 13 continued off docket. Is that with fee? Yep, with fee. And then docket item 14 to September 6th without fee. Docket item 15 to September 6th without fee. Docket item 16 to September 20th without fee, and docket item 17 to September 20th without fee. And do we do a different motion for the dismissal? Would that be? And to also dismiss docket items 1.1 and 1.2 and 1.3.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
The motion carries. These items will be continued. And there are items that will be dismissed as stated. Thank you. All right, let's move to the consent agenda.
All right, first item on consent is docket item C1, which is case number final plat 2022-00013. This is a request to approve a final plat in District UR on about 2/3 of an acre at the southwest corner of Pacific Street and Childress Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C2, case number final plat 2022-00021. This is a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 24 acres at 52nd Terrace and Belmont Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C3 is case number CPC 2022-00121. This is a request to approve a project plan to allow for a drive-through lane at the Chipotle at the Shops at Boardwalk, which is located at 8600 North Broadway Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C4, case number CPC 2022-00116. This is a request to approve a project plan for private open space tracks in Northview Valley Third Plat, which is located at the southern terminus of North Colorado Avenue, south of Northeast 90th Terrace. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And docket item C5, case number CPC 2022-00037. This is a request to approve a final plan for the Origin Hotel at Berkeley Riverfront in District MPD, which is located on about 2 acres at Troost Avenue and Riverfront Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of that one as well. And the last consent item is docket item C6, case number CPC 2022-00113. This is a request to approve a final plan for Avila College in District MPD to allow the construction of a 1,400 square foot modular building at the intersection of Warnell Road and East 118th Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of this one as well. And that concludes the consent docket.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners on any of the items on consent agenda?
Yeah, just want to make sure. I think when I read the case on C5, has support sorted out the road? I think they were looking at, do they continue it or not? When I read the case.
Andrew Clark is the staff planner, and he's temporarily suspending his technical role and putting on his planner hat, and we'll help answer that question.
And I apologize, I could not hear you very well. Something about roads.
I think when I read case on case C5, the port still had to sort out some sort of access to roads or something like that. And if they hadn't, they were thinking about continuing it.
Oh, yes. The Berkeley Riverfront, there's the overall development plan. Because they were changing the alignment of the roads.
Right.
The Port Authority has been working with city staff to amend the controlling plan. And that was finalized and approved. So this case can move forward.
Okay.
But at the time of my report, we were still working with them.
Right. Thank you.
On C3, I looked through it and would appreciate if someone's willing to kind of just explain the way that pickup line functions, just since I'm not as familiar with them. Supportive of the project, but I thought it might be a good opportunity for me to better understand that feature, since I think we'll be seeing more of them.
Yeah, it's a rather unusual, but probably becoming more common. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner, and she's joined us virtually. She should be able to help with that.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, my understanding, I know the applicant is also online in case I am not able to answer your question well enough, but my understanding of this drive-through pickup line, I hesitate actually to call it a drive-through. I think I refer to it more in my staff report as a pickup lane. There will be no ordering window. It will only be sort of a queue for delivery services, Uber Eats, DoorDash, and those sort of folks to pick up the orders that they are going to deliver without having to go in the store and grab them. And if there's any additional information the applicant would like to add, please feel free to raise your hand.
And can you provide maybe a brief summary of the criteria of how we should think about them, and like if the same amount of space should be allotted, if the same rules that govern a drive-through should be considered, or where it differs?
That is a great question. Like Joe mentioned, this is sort of unique. This is one of our first ones, at least that I have done. For this case, I used the same standards in the zoning code that we would apply for a typical drive-through, all the screening requirements. They did provide at least the 80 feet of queuing space. So I applied the same standards. I think those should work out. Luckily for this site, there is a lot of space. So let's say they need more than 80 feet of queuing. Staff did not feel that this use would detrimentally impact the site.
And Commissioner Enders, you might recall that the commission and then ultimately the council passed a text amendment a couple months ago. And one of the elements of the text amendment was to acknowledge the spaces dedicated for pickup and delivery services like this. But as soon as is typical, as soon as we do that and we think we're up to speed on it, then we have a new one where there's a lane for this. So we may need to open that back up and look at if this becomes more common and look and see if we need to update those standards to reflect this pattern of pickup.
Thanks.
At this point, we don't have anything specific to this.
Yeah, it makes complete sense to use the drive-through standards, although they would seem perhaps on a different site overkill or more than necessary. So it's nice that it worked on this site. And that's why I was just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
I'm here if y'all have any questions. I'd be happy to answer anything about the Chipotle lane and how it works. My name is Diana Stilquist. I represent WD Partners, and we're the permitting services for this project.
Thank you, Diana. We don't have any other questions for commissioners, but let me now open it up for a public testimony. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to provide testimony on any of the consent items? Okay, seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online?
No one online has raised their hand, Madam Chair.
All right, we will close public testimony. If there are no other comments or questions from the commissioners, we will take a motion.
Move to approve docket items C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6 with conditions.
Second.
Then moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. All right, we will now move to the regular docket.
Okay, the first case on our regular agenda is docket item number 2, case number SUP 2022-00031. This is a request to approve a special use permit for Nashua Elementary School located at 221 Northeast 114th Street. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Hello again.
Oh.
One moment, please. Okay. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so before you, docket item number 2 is for special use permit for Nashua Elementary School. The site is generally located in the Northland area, just south of I-435. Here's an aerial of the site. It is located on about 10 acres, surrounded mostly by residential neighborhoods. As you can see, there are a lot of R districts nearby the school. This is a close-up of the site. There is an existing elementary school on this site, the Nashua Elementary School. It's sort of in the center here along Northeast 114th Street. And then this request for a special use permit is to construct a new larger elementary school on the east portion of this site, and the existing school will remain open and in operation until this new building is completed. Here is the site plan for the new building. It's located again over on the east side of the site, and then there are 2 parking lots along Northeast 14th, sort of where the existing school building is currently located. The new building will be approximately 71,000 square feet, and with additional allowance for a future addition, very tiny, hard to see on this plans, for another about 2,000 square feet. So there is room also for expansion that they're planning for. these are the proposed elevations for the new building containing brick face, cast concrete, and metal panels for some of the building materials. And then just giving a little bit more context, here's the street view of the existing school, and we're looking at it from Northeast 114th Street. And then lastly, here is a view showing the east side of the subject site where the new building will be constructed. Staff recommends approval with conditions for this project, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners to staff?
So I know with these schools we've kind of, or staff has recommended modifications to street tree requirements, given the large site. Are they going to be doing street trees the entire way or just the improvements?
Yes, good question. I remember discussing this with the applicant, just trying to remember where we landed on it, since this is a pretty large site. I think, so there is a lot of existing vegetation on this site. I think we came to the agreement that where there is existing vegetation that will not be removed, they are not required to put in additional street trees there. But we were still looking at the entire site in terms of landscaping and the entire site data. So that includes all the landscaping requirements in terms of the building square footage, number of parking spaces, and all that. So if I recall correctly, they're meeting all the landscape standards in the code.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Genevieve, is the applicant with us today?
Yes, they are raising their hand. Brayden Taylor. Will you please introduce yourself and give us your address, state your address for the record?
Madam Chair, he was in the process of promoting when you stated that. So Mr. Taylor, can you go ahead and introduce yourself and state your address for the record?
Sure. Braden Taylor with MKC Engineering, and then our address is 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66210.
Is there any additional information that you would like to share?
Yeah, I can just give, I think Genevieve did a good job explaining the project. I guess a couple more points I'd add is as we've gone through kind of the beginning of this design process, we have worked with staff quite a bit, principals and Jeff Vandal with the staff, just to, I think, put together a good school that meets the community's needs, as well as the staff. And then we did have a neighborhood meeting here a few weeks ago with I think 3 or 4 of the neighborhood were able to join that meeting. And I think that was good for them to ask some questions, get a little more background. And I think really more than anything, they were just kind of curious, kind of where's building going, what's stormwater detention facility, just things like that. So I think that was a good opportunity to explain a little bit more about the project and get them involved. But no, I think overall this is a good project, a larger school that meets the capacity needs for the school district coming up in the future. And no, I think overall good project for the school and site.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant? All right. Hearing now, we will open up public testimony. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to provide testimony on docket item 2? Seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online?
Madam Chair, no one online has raised their hand.
Okay, well, we will close public testimony at this time and open it back up to the commissioners. There are no questions or comments. I'll take a motion.
I move to approve docket item 2 with conditions.
Okay. Second, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tyler. It's been moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
All right, the project has been unanimously approved. Good luck on your project. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay, next topic.
Right. The next case is docket item 3, case number CPC 2022-00119. Request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan, allowing for the construction of express oil change on about 1 acre at 7841 North Oak Traffic Way. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Right. Good morning, everyone, again. For case number 3, as was read, this is a development plan to serve as a major amendment to a previously approved plan. The major amendment is to allow for an oil change facility. Site is generally located in the Northland, just north of Gladstone on North Oak Traffic Way. Here's an aerial of the site. The parcel to the north, which is a Casey's, and the south here, which is a multi-tenant commercial building, are all part of the approved plan. So it's 3 parcels. The middle parcel was originally approved for a restaurant. So even though this area is zoned B3-2, it allows for this vehicular service, this oil change facility by right. But since this area was within or is within a previously planned district, the approved plan needs to be amended to allow the use. Here is the site plan for the oil change facility. Although the use is changing from what was previously approved, one aspect that is staying the same as the original plan is the lack of curb cut along North Oak Traffic Way. So this was in the original plan, was to have access from the north from Casey's and also from this south multi-tenant parcel. So there will be cross access easements to allow access to this site. And then this is just another view of the site plan. It shows a crosswalk. So there's an existing sidewalk along North Oak. So even though this is primarily vehicular use property, there is still pedestrian connectivity. And then this is the landscape plan. So all screening of vehicular use areas are in compliance with the code. Additionally, staff requested the applicant plant a low mow or native seed mixture on this east portion of the site, as it won't be used for anything, and also just to create a nice buffer as there are existing residences to the east of this property. And the applicant agreed to do so rather than just putting in turf lawn grass that needs constant upkeep. And then these next 2 slides are the elevations that were provided to staff. Materials are mostly CMU and a quick brick, sort of concrete to look like brick. And this is the front elevation. So this is what it will look like from North Oak Traffic Way. And then this is the rear of the building that will face those residences to the east. And then this is the street view of what the site currently looks like. So undeveloped. These are the only trees on the site and they'll be removed. And then finally, staff recommends approval with conditions for this project, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
Do you have the area plan map easily accessible that you could pull up?
I can pull that up in just one moment. Yes.
Thanks. And then if you could just kind of talk through context for us of the surrounding area and the way it's intended to be planned and zoned.
Absolutely. Waiting for my map to load. Okay. So the future land use, here's our site in yellow. The future land use is mixed use neighborhood, which as you can see goes kind of all the way up and down North Oak Traffic Way. I know there's some similar uses in the area. I believe there's like a Valvoline oil change also up the road North Oak Traffic Way. So staff believes that this use is in conformance with what's on North Oak already and sort of what the future land use is calling out for. Here's, again, this extends all the way.
Genevieve, just the legal perspective, the reason this is before us is because it was in a master plan district, but the base zoning still allows for this use, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, is the applicant available?
Genevieve, is the applicant Ryan Kubert?
Yes, I believe Ryan and Hayden and Andy Golden. I'm not sure if Hayden is raising their hand, but I saw them on.
Okay, I have promoted Ryan and Andy.
Welcome, Ryan and Andy. If you will please state your name and give us your address for the record.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Ryan Cooper here with Olson Engineering, 7301 West 133rd Street, Overland Park, Kansas, 66213. And we are the civil engineer representing Express Oil Change on this project. I think Genevieve did a good job representing what we're trying to do today. Use for light vehicle maintenance was already approved with the base zoning, but due to the existing plan from 1994, we needed to revise that from what it was to allow for the construction of this oil change location. We had a neighborhood meeting with 7 of the neighbors from the Gray Oaks neighborhood directly to the east. There were no objections to the project. And some even were excited that it was going to be a use like this, not super high traffic. Generally, we're conforming to all of the existing criteria for access, setbacks, landscaping, per that approved area plan and per the zoning code. And in general, with Express Oil, this is their first location in Kansas City, Missouri, but it'll be their 5th location in the metro area, and with locations in Park, Olathe, Belton, and Independence. In a nutshell, that's the project. We just had to revise this major area, this area plan in order to move forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners or applicant? All right, well, we will now open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience today that would like to provide testimony to docket number 3? Okay, seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll close public testimony. And commissioners, if there are no other questions or comments, I'll take a motion.
I just want to say I'm glad that we're putting native plants and not just turf grass in the back. So we should continue doing that. But I'll move to approve docket item 3 with conditions.
That's
All right, it's been moved to second. Lisa, please call the roll.
Commissioner Allender,
aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
All right, the motion has been unanimously approved. Good luck on your project and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You for the next docket?
Next item is docket item 6, case number ROW 2022-00006. This is a request to approve a vacation of 265 feet long alley in District M15 between 17th and 18th Streets and Central and Wyandotte Streets. Jared Clements is the staff planner, and Jared, we were informed earlier that this one needs to be continued. Is that true?
Yep, this needs to be continued to September 6th. Staff recommends without fee.
I can hear, did Jared say continue without fee?
September 6th.
Correct. Is my audio coming through?
All right, yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. Are there any questions for commissioners? Continuance? All We'll now open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone who wants to provide testimony on the continuance of docket item number 6? Okay, seeing none. Anyone online, Joe, raising their hand?
No one online raising their hand.
All right, we'll close public testimony and we'll take a motion from commissioners.
Move to continue docket item 6 without fee to September 6th.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Lisa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Docket item number 6 is continued without fee to September 6th.
Right, the next case is docket item 7, case number SUP 2022-00028. A request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental in District R 2.5 at 3033 East 59th Street. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before us, we have docket item number 7, case number CDSUP 2022-00028. Zoning district is R-2.5. This is an
Jared,
application.
sorry, Jared, could you speak up just a bit? It's going to be hard for the audience in here to hear you.
Sure, absolutely. So this is an application for a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental application. They did hold their public engagement meeting on July 22nd, 2022. They are not currently advertising as an STR on any short-term rental websites. So this site is located within the boundaries of the Swope area plan. They are just east of Highway 71. This is the location of the subject site. It's just west of the intersection of Walrand Avenue and East 59th Street. So this is a type 2 year-round short-term rental. Staff has received one call from a neighbor in support of the project. The applicant has completed the public engagement requirement, and they must renew the special use permit every 3 years and keep the registration up to date. Those are our typical conditions for a STR. Staff recommends approval with conditions. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners to staff? Seeing none, is the applicant available?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting Laurice Rainey.
Welcome, Ms. Rainey. If you have any additional comments you would like to provide, please state your full name and your address for the record.
Ms. Rainey, it appears you're on mute and your camera is off currently.
Quickly, Jared, is this because of the lack of consent of adjacent neighbors or because of the zoning?
This is because of lack of consent. I'm sorry that I didn't touch on that.
Okay.
There's a vacant lot behind this property and three houses other than the vacant lot to get consent from. So
Right here.
there you are, Miss Rainey. We could hear you for a moment.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you.
Yes, sir. It's Laurice Rainey and William Oates. My apologies.
Can you please state your address?
Yes, ma'am. It is 3033 East 59th Street, where we propose the short-term rental special use permit. I have a bonnet on. I'm sorry. I'll let William be in the picture. We're working together to bring about the special use permit.
Okay. Is there any additional information you would like to provide? If not, no worries.
Hold on.
No, we don't have any additional information.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners to the applicant?
Can you explain why you weren't able to get the 55% consent from adjacent neighbors?
We had one neighbor to the east of the property who had questions and concern. He did attend our public engagement meeting, and he expressed his concerns. It was something about the back alley behind the properties. He was concerned about debris or something.
And we
that
don't,
that may have been brought by people being over there. But during our public engagement meeting, we informed him that we would have ring cameras in the front and in the back of the property, and that that shouldn't be any of concern. We didn't say anything about the lot.
okay.
And so after that, I believe we diminished his concerns. I can't say exactly how he feels today about it, but
we got town for
yeah, we had Town Fork, who also was for us doing going forward with the short-term rental, and everyone else that attended the meeting, they were all in support of us going forward with the short-term rental.
Thank you. Is this an owner occupied? Will you be staying on the property and renting out a room, or is this a home that you own that you will not be living at?
Will not be living in it.
And will you be managing the property, or will you be having someone else manage it?
We'll be managing the property.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, well, we will we'll open up public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to give testimony on docket item number 7? Seeing none, Joe, is there anyone who's raised their hand online?
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand online.
All right, we will close public testimony and open it back up to the commissioners. If there are no other comments or questions, we'll take a motion.
Move to approve docket item 7 with conditions.
Second.
Been moved in second. Lisa, please call the roll.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
All right, it's been unanimously approved. Good luck with your project, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We're moving down the docket.
Yeah, docket item 11, case number CPC 2022-00111. This is a request to approve a development plan on about half an acre at the northwest corner of Grand Avenue and Northeast Harlem Road. Matt Barnes is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, or good morning still. Let me share my screen here. Okay. As stated, we have docket item number 11, CD CPC 2022-00111, which is a development plan for Harlem Flex. It is located just across the river within the Harlem district. Closer view here shows that it's location adjacent to the downtown Charles B. Wheeler Airport and downtown. Here's a closer view of the site outlined in yellow. It's located in the eastern portion of Harlem between Grand Avenue and Walnut Street. North of the site is a pocket of residential 2.5 zoning, which reflects a little area of homes which mostly have been demolished. I believe from street view, there's one house that may be still occupied, but other than that, all have been demolished. And here's just a view of the site from the corner of Walnut and Harlem Road. You can see that the area does not have improved roads. Also notice that Walnut to the left side of the screen goes into a dead end. And towards the terminus of Walnut, there is where I believe that one house that is still occupied resides. Here's the view from Grand Avenue and Harlem Road. Grand at this location is not an established boulevard or parkway, so the parkway and boulevard standards do not exist. And Harlem has two access points. One is from by the airport, and the other is here on Grand heading north. So it is one of the only two entrances and exits to the area. So here is the site plan for the proposed development. They're proposing two primary structures on one lot, which triggers a development plan. The applicant is providing landscaping and screening in accordance with the zoning and development code. Here again is the proposed building elevations for the site. Due to its location adjacent to a residentially zoned district, the B3-2 imposes a 25-foot rear setback. If it were not adjacent to a residential district, there would be no setback requirements. The developer is requesting deviations to the side yard setback on a corner lot as well. They are proposing a 5-foot setback when a 15-foot setback is required, again, due to its location adjacent to a residentially zoned district. If the district was not there, there would be no side yard setback requirements. And they are asking for a deviation to the setback for a driveway from a intersection. Public Works may be able to speak a little bit more on that requirement. I do know that they try to go to the TDC and we're told that they were not the grantor of that deviation. And lastly, the applicant is seeking a waiver to the half street improvements. With that said, staff is recommending approval with conditions for the development plan of Harlem Flex. And I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Any questions, commissioners?
So I guess this is more of a broad question. But the seeking of the waiver for half street improvements, the lack of sidewalks, just because of its location, I generally get it, but I guess my question is what is the plan for these industrial type areas that continue to get these waivers for improvements, but continue to deteriorate over time and are frankly unlivable and unworkable at times, and unsafe. So I guess this is a general question for planning staff on what the direction is and these type of areas, and whether we should actually be holding people accountable for improvements.
It's a hard question to answer because it's really a policy question, I think, that the city council would have to wade into. But in this area, we've had a number of small semi-industrial or industrial projects proposed and approved over the years. And one of the things that could be considered is vacating some of these streets that are here because but although that would take some consolidation of some properties that aren't all under common ownership, because the streets in question, the north-south streets, don't lead anywhere. Up to the north, there's further industrial development. So that could be one piece of a solution to the question you raised, so that there's no requirement and eventually there's no need to maintain that infrastructure as well. And then it would allow us to focus our efforts on the main through road and improving that potentially. But really we have the only policy guidance we have to look to at this point for this area is the area plan, which recommends downtown mixed use in terms of land use, which I'm not sure what that really means, if they thought this area would redevelop at that time or not. So not a satisfactory answer.
Well,
I'm sorry.
so I guess maybe this is a conversation for another day, but maybe there's something that we could recommend to council or the staff to review how to improve public infrastructure and development in industrial or light industrial areas. So
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we keep on waving. Streets are getting in worse condition. It's back on the city. So it is a bigger policy decision, but I think we need to bring it up. Take it up with the council on what that policy is. Because we're just going to see deterioration of infrastructure as we go forward. So I would agree with you, Commissioner Baker. We need to address it somehow. We're not at the applicant yet.
No, not
So-
yet. I have a question just in terms of process, Sarah. Is there, I know we don't approve waivers, but I know that as a body, we have an opportunity to make a recommendation where we can, approve a case, but recommend not to approve the waiver. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, there's something to keep in mind as we talk about the vote.
Matt, what's the condition of the storm drainage system down there?
On, let me find it. I think that might be a condition from Lucas Casper, who.
Yeah, it looks like, and
There
you've conditioned them to submit an analysis. And I was just curious what since the road won't be improved, the waivers granted, which I think in this situation is fine, but also understand what the other commissioners are saying in terms of a more holistic approach. I was just curious what the sewer system, if there's a sewer system down there that's functioning.
I can speak on that. This is Luke Casper. Good morning, everybody. There currently is not storm sewers in that location. Everything drains over land through what ditches are there. There's not much for ditches in that area. You can see on the street view that there's standing water, all over when it rains down there. So in the current layout, there's sanitary sewers in Grand Ave and in Walnut Street, but there's no storm sewers in this area.
Gotcha. Thanks. That makes sense. That's kind of what I figured, which makes it even more tough for small development to help share in the improvements. So it's just, it feels like a tough situation.
Right, there's no other questions from commissioners to staff. We will now turn it over to the applicant. Is the applicant present?
Is the applicant Dominic Balden?
I think he's with the team. It should be somebody in person too. Yes.
There's here. Welcome. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Good morning, Mary Claire Amer, Wallace Design Collective, 1703 Wyandotte, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Or would you like to add additional testimony about this docket item?
To answer one of the questions about the street improvements, one of our primary reasons for requesting the waiver is because there is no storm infrastructure. Putting in a street section with curb and sidewalk will block the drainage path that's there now and end up creating problems in Grand and over on Walnut.
Any questions from commissioners to the applicant?
Can you then talk about your stormwater management on site? What are you doing?
Yes, because we are within the zone of influence to the North Kansas City levee, and there is no stormwater infrastructure in the area, our only method of stormwater detention would be underground, and the levee district does not allow that within the 200-foot proximity to the levee. So through working with Lucas Casper, we are using the criteria that they use with combined sewer districts. And we show on the site plan, there are 2 areas which are going to be infiltration BMPs. And the soil down there is perfect for that. It's very porous. And all the stormwater from the site will be funneled to those areas. They'll be planted with water loving plants. And so any water that doesn't soak in will be used by the plants.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments to the applicant? Okay, if you have no additional information, I will close this portion and open it up to public testimony.
Okay, now the owner for the site is online and you can
Okay.
ask questions of him.
Yeah, we've just been notified that the owner of the site is online. Would you like to give additional information on this project? Maybe not, no worries.
He's trying to
he
speak,
is.
and I know you can't see that on your screen.
I
He's-
cannot, so I apologize.
Yeah, he is trying to speak, but we can't hear you, Mr. Bolden. It says you're unmuted, so do you maybe not have a mic on your machine?
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I had to switch microphones. Apologies for that. Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, if I have an opportunity, I'd love to just take a couple minutes here and share a little bit more information about this project. If I can share my screen.
Yes, you can.
Wonderful. Okay. I'm just going to bring up a quick PowerPoint here. All right. So I apologize we can't be there in person, but if you guys can see my screen, just want to introduce you to myself and my brother who make up the team working on this project. We born and raised in Columbus Park, just right across the river. And we're a small business that invests in commercial and residential real estate projects. Growing up in the area, seeing the condition, experiencing the revitalizations, not only in our neighborhood in Columbus Park, but even just around, has really been an inspiration to us to be a positive force and to continue to help to contribute to, revitalization of the area and some of the places that we call home and that we love as much as everybody here. So since we're not there in person, just thought, take a second to introduce you to ourselves. With this project, we really are coming at this to solve a couple problems that we've noticed, being landowners in the area and just participating in the rental markets for the last 10 years. We've noticed that quality, affordable commercial workspace is in very short supply, and especially when we're talking about for small and medium-sized businesses. Many times, only large properties are going to be available, and they're not properly sized to small businesses, so these end up becoming too expensive for their budgets, and they get priced out. And so, without proper, workspaces, office space, even a bathroom or a whiteboard for them to work from, many companies, growth is stunted without having access to affordable, workspace. And second problem we're addressing here is that Harlem, this entire area is such prime location, but it needs more community businesses. As has been stated previously, this is a highly industrial area. That's primarily all it is, commercial trucks just coming in and out. And so there hasn't been really any new development in decades. And there's plenty of blight and vacant lots. If you drive down there, we've even seen homeless encampments and just areas of that have been neglected. And so, we hope to take this opportunity to come in and build something that can attract new and existing businesses, something that can help inject some life into this corner of Harlem And not only that, but we see a good opportunity to help support the Kansas City Charles B. Wheeler downtown airport. We believe that the product we're putting here would be very beneficial and attractive to even support the airport services and the companies at the airport, in addition to other small businesses. And to help you kind of get an idea of what we're doing here, you can think of this as a community business flex space for service businesses, retail businesses, and just general commercial. So as mentioned, these would be two 6,000 square foot insulated structures. Now we had to do two structures because we needed to respect the easement that runs down the middle of the lot. And so to respect that easement, we split this up into two structures. This would turn into 8 units of 1,800 square foot. And so this is a key portion of this design, is because the size 1,800 square foot is really that sweet spot for a small and medium-sized business, for them to have enough room to get in and have a couple employees, maybe have some desks and computers, and maybe a break room, a bathroom, right? Whereas much smaller spaces like self-storage would be totally inadequate. And that's what many of these companies are working out of right now. So this would be a garage space with a mezzanine. We would offer flexible, shorter term leases. So again, this is catering to the smaller businesses, where in traditional commercial real estate, you're looking at 3 to 5 year leases that are very kind of rigid and kind of lock you in. So these would be smaller, more flexible leases for these businesses to operate out of. As you can see, this would include a garage door, an overhead door, plus a man door for customers to enter and exit. As I mentioned, an ADA bathroom with a toilet and a sink, heating and cooling, power and lighting, a parking space for them and their customer, and a mailbox. So you can see some of these around town. You might, there's a couple of these, 30 and 40 minutes outside of the city center, but you really don't find this product anywhere in Kansas City. And that's what we noticed. And so when we're talking about our target tenants and uses of this, building maintenance services, business equipment sales and service, business support services, office and administrative, artist studios and sales, kind of like what you see down in the Crossroads district and other art influenced areas. This could happen in Harlem. Hobbyists and crafts, whether it's a hobbyist garage with their cars and maybe some sort of she shed or man cave, right? Light and limited vehicle service. And we've had interested businesses reach out to us when we were socializing this idea: a moving company, sports training facility, a roofing company, car detailing, like truck modification. So this wouldn't be anything like oil change or anything. None of that would be allowed. It would be strictly car modifications and detailing, like a hail repair service, for instance, right? So we've had numerous people reach out to us, very excited, looking forward. When are you going to break ground? When can this be available? And so here's a couple shots of the inside of what this would look at, and some inspiration that we've seen in other projects. So you can see here again, this provides that ample space. It's perfectly sized for a small and medium-sized business. This can give these companies the space they need to grow, to work out of, and be affordable for them, to help flourish. So again, we don't see any of this kind of product available in Harlem or even North Kansas City or any in Central Kansas City. And so we believe that its location would be prime for these businesses to be able to, jump on any of the highways that are so conveniently located around, right? And be able to do their business. So we're very excited about this project. This has been a couple years in the making with the designs and the concepts. And since we are a small shop, just me and my brother, we're doing the best we can to bring this project along. And so we hope you guys like it. We hope you guys share in the excitement that we have and what we think that we can inject into the area. and help serve the community as is what this is zoned for. And so really welcome any questions you guys have. And thank you again for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I have just a question and a comment. The first question is, given that these will be potentially businesses, was there a requirement in terms of parking spaces? I'm not sure if that's staff or the applicant.
Mary, would you be able to speak to that?
There would be a parking requirement. I would defer to Matt to see if he can share what is required for this.
Yeah, they are meeting the requirements for the warehousing, where the use is. As for individual tenants, I don't remember. I don't know if Mary has the exact number on her right now. Pull that up here.
So yeah, if these are going to be individual tenant spaces, which it sounds like maybe they are, then each of them potentially would have a tenant finish permit. And at that point, we would evaluate the parking requirement for that particular business, if it's different from the warehousing requirement.
And a follow-up question for you, Joe, is would the zoning prohibit certain businesses from being in, or would they be, will we be able to pay attention to what businesses are able or allowable in this development?
Yeah, I mean, the zoning is B3, it appears, and that's a pretty permissive commercial district. It doesn't allow a lot of industrial uses, but it does allow some indoor warehousing type uses. And we have seen business models like this, as he described, not so much in this part of the city, but where people can rent it out. They can do it for storage of their business, but also have a small office space, because there's a lot of businesses that do need some storage space, but they can't do it at their house really. So I'm not sure if that's what Mr. Baldwin is kind of envisioning, but those are typically just considered a warehouse use under the code.
Yeah, I think it's a very innovative project. Glad to see it. I mean, the other question I had is just design purposes. I'm wondering, have you guys thought about skylights or windows or something for natural light? But that's just a personal question.
Yeah, certainly. These were done about over a year ago, but definitely we envision not only from the man door, the main entrance, but potentially, a window next to the door or the overhead door just to let some natural light in, certainly.
Any other questions from commissioners to the applicant? Nope. All right, well, we will now open up public testimony. Is there anyone in the chamber that would like to provide testimony on docket item 11? Okay, seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online?
No one has raised their hand online.
Okay, we will close public testimony, and commissioners, if you don't have any other comments or questions, we'll wait for a motion.
Can you pull up the requested waivers again? I'm generally just in favor of just not passing or not recommending waivers and let city council deal with that, but that's just me. I mean, I know that they're important for the viability, I think. But I think we've kind of shown that we're willing to recommend against deviations if we want to, but that's just me. Pass it as is, and they can present it to city council.
I mean, I'd be more supportive of then having no recommendation. Is that what you're saying? No recommendation on the waivers? Is that?
Yeah. Just.
Yeah, and I really like the thought process of having a more holistic approach for something this small. It seems like, the cost of the street improvement is going to be huge. It's unfortunate they can't just tap into an existing system. And so I like the idea of thinking about a better approach for areas such as this, although it's so hard to anticipate what type of development might or might not happen. But I'd hate to burden them with it, but also really appreciate the perspective that you both added.
I agree with perspective, but I think we've actually have passed other cases where we have given waivers on street improvements and so forth. So I just want to be a little consistent. Well,
So I think one, we can recommend approval with no recommendation on the deviations for this project. And I think regarding kind of the larger conversation, I think I can work with staff to kind of draft a statement of recommendation to either city council or the staff. I was thinking about like creative new solutions to half street improvements that may deal differently with these areas, but we can work on that later. So.
Sounds like you want to make the motion, Commissioner.
Oh, sure. I'll move to approve docket item 11 with conditions and no recommendations on the waivers.
Second.
Remember that? Cool.
All right, it's been moved in second. Lisa, will you please call the roll? You're on mute.
Yep. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
All right, it's been unanimously approved. Thank you for a creative project. Good luck with that. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. Moving on to docket item 13.
13 is continued.
I'm sorry.
You've already, so it's number 18.
Oh, number 18. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
docket item 18 is case number SUP 2022-00027. Request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of religious assembly facility and associated school on about 2 acres at 7112 North Overland Drive. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
You all can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Good morning. Before we have docket item number 18, case CD SUP 2022-27, located at 7112 North Overland Drive. The subject site is located between R2.5 and R7.5. This is for the approval of the expansion of school facilities in a residential zone district. That is incorrect. The subject site is located in the Northland. This is an overview of the subject site. These 3 parcels combined, they aren't combining the parcels, but these are all the parcels associated with this project. I will note that since the aerial view of this property was taken, the streets have since changed. So there's actually a roundabout here where once there just was this intersection. This is a view of the subject site from Google Street View. And this is an overview of some of the key improvements to the subject site. The church is expanding over to the east. Their building coverage and the vehicular use area that was once over in the southwest is being replaced by recreational facilities for the students, and it's being expanded to the north of the property. Because they are expanding a lot of their pervious coverage of this, or impervious coverage of the site, they're proposing that their playground in this area be pervious surface. So that's pretty exciting. And the landscaping requirements, while they meet city code, there is no interior landscaping. There are proposed landscaping materials around the perimeter of the site and meets the quantity required by the city. So an administrative adjustment was approved to allow for that to be sufficient enough to meet city standards. And that concludes my presentation. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioner to staff?
Glad to see the innovation on pervious sports fields. So that's great.
Awesome. Is the applicant here with us today?
The applicant is online. The new applicant representing on behalf of Olson is Chris. I know that's a very vague name, but give me a second, Chris.
Chris Holmquist, and he's
Holmquist, yes.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Welcome, Chris. Can you please state your full name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Chris Holmquist. I'm with Olson. Our office is 1301 Burlington, North Kansas City. I don't have anything additional to point out or add to Najma's presentation, so thank you. And I'm here for any questions you might have.
Are there any questions from commissioners to the applicant? Great, hearing none, we will open up public testimony. Is there anyone with us here today that would like to give public testimony on docket item number 18? Seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online?
No one online has raised their hand.
All right, we will close public testimony and return back to the commissioners. If there are not any additional comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve docket item 18 with conditions.
Second.
Oh, sorry, you got sorry.
It's been moved and second. That was a second by Commissioner Rojas. Lisa, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner
Are
Allender,
we having technical difficulties? I'm not hearing anything.
can you hear me?
I don't think,
It might be her
it
computer.
looks like it's just Commissioner, it looks like it's just you because Lisa's remote and she can hear us. And Najma is as well. Can you hear us, Commissioner Beasley?
I'll message her.
Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker.
He stepped away.
Oh, okay. Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Right, the motion carries. Thank you so much for being with us and good luck on your project.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ready for the next docket item? Docket item.
Ready for me to call the next case? Okay. Docket item 19 has 3 companion cases, starting with 19.1. Case number CPC 2022-00105. Request to approve a rezoning from District AGR to District R-5 on about 40 acres at the southeast corner of Berry Road and Childress Avenue. Docket item 19.2, case number CPC 2022-00106. Request to approve an amendment to the KCI area plan to change the recommended land use from agricultural and residential and open space buffer to medium density residential at the same location. And docket item 19.3, case number CPC 2022-00104. Request to approve a development plan to create 138 lot subdivision known as Weatherby Meadows at the same location. Matt Barnes is the staff planner.
Good morning again. Let me share my screen here. Okay, as stated, we have docket number 19, which is the rezoning area plan amendment and development plan for Weatherby and Meadows. It's located in the Northland, just south of the airport along Berry Road. You can see its location northwest of Weatherby Lake there. Here is a closer view of the site. It's located just west of Hawthorne Elementary and south of the grass pad. To the north of the site is in the district zoned R1.5. There's an approved plan which allows for the creation of 359 townhomes on 59 acres, and that is this area. You can see my cursor right there to the north. east. And here's a view to the south, which is an unincorporated Platte County. This is the adjacent neighborhood. The red line represents the Kansas City, Missouri border. In this area, you can see Childress Avenue, which is the major road running north-south here, goes south and curves into the neighborhood surrounding Weatherby Lake. Here is a view of North Childress from Berry Road. The proposed development is located on the left side of the screen. You can see Childress Road here, and it's state as a unimproved road. And here's a view looking down Berry Road. And this view, the development would be on the right side of the screen here. This is towards the stated towards the western side of Kansas City, past where Berry Road has been enlarged and improved. The KCI area plan, which was created in 2009, recommends residential very low density / agriculture residential. During conversations with long range planning, this recommendation was based on its location in a watershed that is not served by sewer and its proximity to flight paths to the airport. Though in 2012, section 60 of the Code of Ordinances was updated, and this update information on private pumping stations were added, which allows the Director of Water Services to authorize and issue permits for them. This thus changed the circumstances on which the area plan recommended agricultural, residential, and residential very low density. In conversations with Water Services, they have approved several across the city pumping stations, which are maintained by the individual HOAs, and they did not have any issue with private pumping station at this location. The applicant is proposing an area plan amendment to change the land use to residential medium. Additionally, they are proposing a rezoning of the area to R5 open space. Now, we don't have very many open space developments within Kansas City yet. This is the first one that I have dealt with, and since I've been here. Open space developments allow for smaller lot and building standards than the conventional developments, which requires at least 30% of the property to be retained as open space. And for this development, the applicant is proposing 31% of the area to be open space. The developer is proposing 138 single-family homes, which will be renter occupied. Each of the lots on average are 5,000 to 6,000 square feet, with some larger and up to, I think, 8,000 square feet. They're proposing 12.12 acres of open space, and as stated, they will utilize pump stations to sewer the area, which will pump into the adjacent Rush Creek watershed. During conversations, staff requested interior pedestrian connections and connections to improve to future improved Childress and Berry roads. The applicant added those as well as they have provided a pedestrian bridge from the development to Hawthorne Elementary, located at the northeast side of the property, so that the school children who live in this area and adjacent areas can walk on the sidewalks through the neighborhood to the development without having to walk on the unimproved Berry or Childress Road. Additionally, staff requested that the connection to Childress be added near the southern portion of the development, most likely extending 82nd Street over to Childress. That was deemed not feasible by the engineers for the applicant. I'll have them speak on that here in a bit, but that was not provided. The development plan proposes a for-rent home, which will be maintained by a management company. They will also be establishing a HOA, which will take over maintenance of all the tracks and open space, which if and when the applicant sells the homes. The development is to utilize the pump station, as mentioned, maintained by the HOA/management company. At this location, as stated, Childress and Berry Road are unimproved, but they are on the major street plan. When streets are on the major street plans, the developer is not responsible for half street improvements. Instead, they pay an impact fee, and this will be used for future improvements by the city. And I can have Public Works discuss or land development on the implications of allowing for the developer to do half street improvements now instead of paying the impact fee, which has been a concern raised by adjacent citizens in letters. Additionally, the zoning and development code requires connections to adjacent properties to alleviate congestion on thoroughfares. A connection to North Callaway is required, and the removal of which would be a deviation that can only be granted by a city council. The developer has requested the removal of 4 conditions, which are conditions number 4, 15, 16, and 17. Condition number 4 discusses a macro storm drainage study, and 15 through 16 are for a stream buffer. Those all have been added by Luke Casper, who is on the call and may be able to speak to those here in a minute. We are also asking that the City Plan Commission recommends a addition of a condition that states that the developer place a note on the face of the development plan stating the requirements of 88-410-06, the open space development requirements, and how that they will be met. With that said, staff is recommending approval for the rezoning, case number CD-CPC 2022-105, approval for the area plan amendment, case number 106, and approval with conditions of the development plan, case number 104. And I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Are there any questions for commissioners or staff?
Yeah, I've certainly, can somebody probably from the water department want to understand a pump station is pumping to where? Is it going into the environment? How are we treating the sewage and so forth out of the development?
I can answer that, Mr. Commissioner. This is Travis Kiefer with KC Water. The on-site lift station would be a privately constructed, privately maintained lift station that would be pumping back into the public sanitary sewer main and at a point where it would gravity flow to the rest of the system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry,
is there anyone that could give general guidelines as to how we should perspective on when streets on the major street plan are improved based upon new development?
Are you asking if there's a plan in place for when the city makes improvements to the public streets that we collect the fees on?
I imagine if there was a plan that would have been stated. So that's why I was wondering if there's general expectations or guidelines that we should consider as to when development is seen, what the city's typical reaction time is and planned response is. Because I imagine that if there was a date set already for this redevelopment of the streets, then we would have heard about it.
Right. I don't know if Jeff can answer, but I have no knowledge of, we've asked the same question many times and I have no knowledge. I've always been told there is no plan. Now the fees are collected by district, geographic area, and they're intended to be used in that same area. So the fees collected, for example, in this district would be used on roads in this area of the city.
Yeah, and I get Jeff Bryan, Public Works, and to add on to what Joe was saying, to be honest, I'm not aware of any planned improvements for Berry Road either. So I believe Berry Road was improved maybe 8 years ago or something like that. So I'm not sure that there would be any improvements coming to Berry Road specifically in the near future, but I'm not aware of any plans in the books right now.
And can anyone think of any similar developments where perhaps there have been streets on the major street plan that hadn't been improved? We saw development of 100, 50, 100 plus units. And then is there any general rule of thumb as to how quickly the streets are then improved?
I don't know that there's a general rule where we try to follow, set out a capital improvement plan. So we looked at in the future. So I know there's areas in the North Lane around Platte Purchase, for example, that there are streets that have been programmed to be widened out and things like that. And so, but I don't know that it was per se development driven. I know there is developments in the area, but they'd been programmed beforehand. But so I'm not sure that I have a good answer for you, to be perfectly honest with you.
So if I were a super pessimistic person in the area, what would be kind of like the worst case scenario I would expect if I drove on those streets all the time and the development occurs? Is that potentially indefinite, or would it be safe for me to assume that within some period of time, enough attention would be given that streets would be addressed?
Yeah, I would say that it also depends on what issues there may be. But yeah, I would say if things get poor enough, then depending on what it is, if there's more lanes needed, for example, then it might take longer, 10 years or so, for example. It depends on if you're referring to signalization, that might only be like 3 or 4 years. So it depends on the exact nature of what the improvements might be, would be my assumption as the length of time needed to make said improvements.
Thanks. That's helpful. I just know that uncertainty is very scary.
Sure, certainly.
Commissioner Enders, Chairman Hill, if I could add something. I'm Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fritz Law Firm with offices at 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of the applicant. And with me is Miss Jessica Spalding, who is the applicant on this case. But as regards to improvements to the arterial streets, it is true that we are contributing money for impact fees that are pooled to address that certain area. But we're also required to do a traffic study as a part of this development to identify if there's any needed traffic improvements as a result of the impacts that we are generating. That traffic study was done by our professionals and it was reviewed by Mr. Bryan. And that traffic study, and I'll go into this more in the presentation, stated that we were having minimal impact on the street network in the area, and therefore the traffic study did not recommend any improvements. If it had recommended improvements, we would have had to have done those, but then we would have received credits against our impact fees that we would be paying. That's the way the city's arterial street impact fee is set up. And Mr. Bryan, in fact, accepted the traffic study at the end of June, finding, agreeing, or concurring with that recommendation.
Great, thank you.
No other questions? No, I'm gonna say if there are no other questions, we'll turn it over.
If
to you
I
to do
can
the
present,
presentation.
I've got paper copies of our PowerPoint if you would like to have them and pass those around. And then I need help because I've told the staff I'm an old lady, not used to this stuff. So I need to pull up our presentation. Again, thank you for your time this morning. As I've stated, I'm Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Law Firm and here today on behalf of the applicant with regards to Weatherby Meadows. What you see in front of us is the rendering of the clubhouse for our residents, including the pool space. And as Matthew has noted, it is at the southeast corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Childress in Kansas City. And on this screen, this is the city's aerial parcel viewer map with the zoning applied to the property. And our property is outlined in yellow on the parcel viewer map. And as Matthew noted, right across the street from us is the grass pad, and immediately to the east of the grass pad, the property is zoned R1.5 and has the fourplex development approved and is currently under construction there. Immediately to our east is the Hawthorne Elementary School. And the heavy line on the red boundary line shows the city's city limit lines. So you're going to hear testimony today, I believe, from the Highlands at Weatherby Lake residents, as well as the Masters subdivision. Those are two subdivisions that lie in unincorporated Platte County, Missouri. They do not lie within the city of Kansas City, Missouri. I believe you'll also hear testimony from some people with the city of Weatherby Lake and the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company. Again, that is a separate incorporated municipality, as it is not part of the city of Kansas City, Missouri. And as Matthew has stated already, we request that you approve the area plan amendment to the KCI area plan, the rezoning from AGR to R5 open space. And I want to note that we're asking for the R5, which is a medium density residential district, but that's given that we're doing a conservation or an open space development. So we have 31% of our property is dedicated to open space, and it results in smaller lots. And then approval of the development plan creating 138 single family lots. Matthew's already covered this, but off to your left on this screen is a view looking southeast at the property. And then this is a view looking south on Childress. The next slide shows a view looking east on Berry Road. And then the right-hand side shows the view looking west on Northwest Berry Road. During our public engagement meeting, someone called the road that goes west on Berry Road at this location an old country road. I disagree with that connotation to this road. It's not an old country road. It just doesn't have curbs or gutters, but it certainly is widened. And then at the bottom of the screen is a view looking north from North Callaway cul-de-sac. I believe when the Highlands of Weatherby Lake improvement, or Highlands at Weatherby Lake was approved by Platte County, they required this connection because it's all good planning principles. And so we have a cul-de-sac on our property specifically that dead ends, but we'll be connecting through. Again, this is the site plan that Matthew has shown you. And one of the big issues, or one of the requests from staff that we were not able to accommodate, was this request that came in at a late time concerning a connection to North Childress. We've got our engineer on here who can speak to it, but we are not able to connect to Childress because of the grades that exist in this area. This is the landscape plan that's in front of you. And then again, we had our public engagement meeting letter was mailed on June 28th, and we held the public engagement meeting on June 19th. I want to note it's not real clear in the city's public engagement ordinance, but we proceeded to notify everybody within 300 feet, regardless of whether or not they live in the city limits. So notice went out to a number of people within Highlands at Weatherby Lake. Our traffic study was completed by HG Consult in April of 2022. Ms. Spalding has worked with the staff for over a year on this project and planning the project and talking to the school district and everything. So she can go into that more. The traffic study found that there were minimal impacts and no capacity improvements or turn lanes were recommended. And that traffic study was accepted by Jeff Bryan on June 29th. And we truly believe that the additional trips will either go to the west or east on Berry Road. They're not generally going to go out Callaway to Childress, because generally most of the people are going either east or west on Berry. At this point, I'm going to let Ms. Spalding introduce herself and who ELUX is and what the proposed development is.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jess Spalding. I am the CEO and co-founder of ELUX. We started back in 2007, so I've seen quite a bit of transition happen in development. And that's one reason we do development the way that we do. We take a lot of time and consideration when we're looking at a tract of land. And that is why we did start this conversation with the city a little over a year ago and have taken in the comments. Everything that you will see on the plan has everybody's fingerprints on it, because it does take a community to build a community. One thing that I wanted, before I kind of jump in and talk about everything that kind of makes up our ELUX communities, I did want to make just and kind of highlight 4 points on the traffic study conclusions, because I stayed up late reading through everybody's letters, and I wanted to get kind of a good idea of people's concerns. And then I went back and I read the traffic study, which that's a page turner, guys. But I did pull out 4 conclusions of the study that I just wanted to highlight. One of the conclusions, it said, for residents' ease of ingress and egress, more of the traffic is assumed to access the site via the new entrance off of Berry Road. And this was something that I had as a comment when I met with one of the HOAs before we ever even became an applicant with the city. I kind of just did my rounds around the neighborhood and had chats with people. And I know that the cul-de-sac that we're connecting at Callaway was of concern. I know a lot of the residents there felt it was their cul-de-sac, even though it is on our property line. And I wanted to kind of get a better understanding of that. So I know they were fearful that our residents would be using their kind of streets as an ingress and egress, but I did want to highlight that in the traffic study that we did, that was kind of an assumption that our residents wouldn't be using that quite as much. The second conclusion was, overall, the effects of the proposed development expected to have little to no noticeable difference to the trafficking public. So that was just something that I wanted to kind of pull out, that, the traffic study said they felt that there'd be little to no difference. Third point, existing street network in the area is expected to be able to handle the added traffic. So we have 138 homes. We actually did the traffic study with 145 because I just wanted to be safe. So I was also interested and wanted to see what results would be. And the fourth is, considering the minimal impacts of the development, no capacity improvements are recommended. So those are just kind of the 4 points that were pulled out of the traffic study. All right, so not to overshadow the cool things that we're doing here with all the traffic concerns, I wanted to talk a little bit about what our community is and what kind of makes us special. This is one thing that I think, as a product type, it's needed in a lot of communities, are build to rent communities. And this is kind of a new term. So this is something that when I do talk with cities, I want to just make sure I educate people of what does this mean. It is a single family home, but it's maintained and operated like you would see in like a Class A apartment complex. So we do have high touch concierge service. And one thing to note with this is that we will have on-site management. So there is somebody there making sure the landscapers are doing what they're doing. They actually put that treatment down, and just there to help kind of handle anything that may come up. Our maintenance of our communities are super important to us, but definitely important to our residents. And we are asking for A+ rents. So we do make sure we maintain those properties. Another thing that makes this really kind of neat and unique is that we like to set back preservation land. So that was the kind of issue I think when we came to the city, was trying to fit into the zoning. A lot of other municipalities we work with, their zoning is already updated to kind of be able to handle this type of development. So we kind of worked with them closely. You know, it does say we're medium density, but when you do the calculations, we're actually low density. You know, there's that smaller kind of footprint around the home itself, but then we're opening up the additional green space and amenity spaces for our residents. So on the amenity side, there'll be a clubhouse, a pool, pet parks. We're going to have a couple memorial gardens, meditation gardens. So making sure we're kind of balancing our active and our kind of quiet areas within the community. Just a couple things to note on it. Hoffer Welker is our architect. They are absolutely wonderful to work with, and I always think that they produce a great product. So we're definitely excited about how this whole community has come together and the actual visual way that it'll actually look and kind of integrate into the community here.
And before I click off of this slide, there's been a lot of rumors going on in the general area. One of the rumors that first started out was that this was a Section 8 housing product. It is not a Section 8 housing product. As we stated, many people choose not to own their homes any longer, but they want to rent them. And the rents start out at $23.95 and go up into the low 3,000s. So with that, then I'll have Jessica explain the elevations.
So these elevations of our clubhouse, so we kind of decided to pick kind of a cottage and a farmhouse look. So, you know, looking at the material types, we always love stone. So you'll see stone on this. We use hardy simplank materials, and then also standing seam accents. And then inside the clubhouse, we'll have the on-site office. You'll see that in there, open space, an active kind of kitchen. We have outdoor kitchens and a gym. And then of course, our beautiful pool and cabana. And then this, yeah, that was just an image of what it would look like from our signage. And then these are the homes. So everything's ranging from 3 up to 5 bedrooms, and they're all 2-car garages. And then we just thought we'd give you guys kind of a sneak peek of some of the finishes that the design team has selected for this project.
As Matthew stated, we have requested that you remove condition numbers 15, 16, and 17. They deal with stream buffer. If I can flip back, I don't believe that the stream buffer really affects our site. It shows it dead ending at our site. I'm going to try to get back to you can see where the stream dead ends right here on Childress. So we do not believe that the stream really falls into our site. It certainly, in my opinion, doesn't go across Childress. And we've also requested that you delete condition number 4, as the storm drainage study has already been submitted with this request. And just a little additional information, the fourplexes across the street are probably paying about $160,000 in impact fees by the time they're all constructed, as well as this development will contribute about $100,000 in impact fees. So there will be over $250,000 that can be used for overall improvements in this area. With that, we request that you recommend approval of the Weatherby Meadows project, including the area plan, rezoning, and the development plan, subject to the conditions with the notations of the deletion of 4, 15, 16, and 17. And we are in agreement with the additional condition that Matthew has identified on his PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Matthew, when you have a chance, can you repeat the condition that you wanted added? I also have a question either for Matthew or for the applicant, because I didn't notice it unless I missed it. Is there a recommendation or is there a request for a waiver for the connected street? I know that the plan said that there that due to topography that you're not.
Not the
able-
connection, that the connection to Childress is not a required connection.
Okay.
We are connecting to Callaway.
Okay.
Because that's just good planning principles and it's always been planned to connect.
Okay, so there's no waiver needed.
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you. Matthew, can you remind us of the condition that you wanted to add?
Yeah, if I can
I
show my
gotta try
screen,
to stop sharing.
I can throw those up here.
Sorry, Matthew, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can show those up here as soon
Okay.
as she gets done sharing. Let's see. Okay, here is the condition that we want added, that the developer place a note on the face of the development plan stating the requirements of 88-4-1006 open space development requirements and how they will be met. And then below are the 4 conditions that they are requesting removal of. Those have been added by Luke Casper, which is online. I do think, if I'm correct, that the stream buffer requirements have switched from land development division to water services, and Travis Kiefer is also online, so that may be able to speak on the removal of those conditions.
Can the water department talk about the stream buffer requirements?
It's like we always look at you when there's a stream buffer.
Yeah, and Commissioner Allender, I will add, we've got a large detention facility that will be planted with native grasses and things like that.
Sorry, I was going to ask about that detention. So is that, what type, is it just a detention pond or, sorry, I missed your, Ms. Jensen, I missed your explanation of the detention.
It will be planted with native grasses.
Okay.
So, and we're gonna have a path around that too for
Saw
our
that.
residents.
Yeah. Was there any view of a constructed wetland or anything like that as you were planning?
And I can actually throw this over to our engineer and let our engineer answer the kind of detailed questions here. But David, Atwell, could you kind of share your thoughts on that?
Has David Gass still been promoted? Has David Gass still been promoted? Do you know?
I don't believe so. He
He's
hasn't
on
raised his
there.
hand. There he is.
Well, before we get to the engineer, is there someone from the water department that wanted to speak to Commissioner Allender's comments
On the stream buffer,
on the stream
and
buffer?
then I'll listen to the engineer.
Sure. This Travis Kiefer with Casey Water. The stream buffer is that requirement is based on where the regulated streams are shown on the water GIS maps and on the city's resource maps. And so it is showing on the site in the event that it does not meet the criteria as set out in 88-415, that will be borne out in the submittals. But there is no need to remove those in the event that they're required from being as it's shown on the resource maps as we sit here today. So.
And Chairman and Commissioners, we will accept 15, 16, and 17. We can continue working with staff. I think as you have known, or you've known that in several areas of the city where a stream is shown on the city stream buffer maps, it really doesn't exist. So, and we've removed those conditions before, but I'm fine with continuing working with staff on that.
Yeah, I'd like to leave it, and let that fall out as it goes through the planning. And is there an engineer on the phone to talk about constructed wetlands or what? you
David
looked
should
at?
be on.
Hey guys, this is David Gasto with Atwell, 111 North Magnolia Ave, Suite 1300, Orlando, Florida, 32801. So we decided to pick a wet pond in this location based on the requirements set out by KCMO and the type of development we're doing. I wouldn't say that wetlands couldn't be considered, but with where the water table is and the stability of those wetlands long term, we always get concerns that the plants don't survive, and we're doing a lot of maintenance over and over and over again. And then with detention requirements, we actually sized this pond to hold the 100-year storm on this project. So that's part of why we're requesting number 4, the macro storm drainage study. We're holding back any and all most our water from pre-post design.
Yeah, my comment would be, yes, there is an establishment of the plants and so forth over a period of time, but there's plenty of wetlands that have had, or constructed wetlands that have had that requirement around the nation and probably in Kansas City. So if you could consider just going back and having a look at that, I think from a livable perspective, I love the open space that you've got. I think it's great. But from a livable, healthy community perspective, especially if you've got a walking track around it, if you could consider it as you're going forward, that would be appreciated from my perspective. I just think it makes it a more livable area.
And Commissioner Allender, we're happy to continue considering it and discussing it with staff as we move forward.
Yeah. But I get the wet pond and so forth, but I don't think the excuse is we can't establish those plants, because there's many places where those plants have been established.
Did we want to hear from either Luke or Travis on striking condition 4, if they're okay with that or not?
Oh, yeah.
I think we need to hear from Luke on that one. Luke, are you on the line?
And commissioners, if you want to leave in 4, we can leave in 4. We've already submitted it. And that really takes care of the first sentence. The second sentence says we shall secure permits to construct any improvements as necessary to mitigate impacts from rate, volume, and quality of runoff from each proposed phase. So we're fine with 4 too.
Well, if we're fine with leaving 4, 15, 16, and 17 in as you work through with the city.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Well,
and then we're fine with that added condition that Matthew has recommended.
Perfect. Well, at this time, if there are no other questions for the commissioners to the applicant, I would like to move to public testimony. Fine. All right, let's open it up to public testimony. If there's anyone here that would like to give commentary on 19.1, 19.2, or 19.3 in the chambers, please come to the mic.
Chair Hill, if you don't mind, I'll note that I'm always surprised by perception of what traffic could be brought by new development, and then hearing the traffic study, I hope everyone was open to it and listened to it. And so I just want to be cognizant of, as we're deciding what the right appropriate land use is, that we did just hear that information about the traffic study, which was a detailed, well-done traffic study, and it was encouraging information. So I hope everyone absorbed that. And so it's probably not going to at least alter my opinion a whole lot unless someone is a traffic engineer.
Thanks for your comments. I mean, I thought the traffic study was very comprehensive. The only, question that I had is you have 3, 4, and 5 bedroom homes, and I was looking at the number of cars for the number of units. And so I think they could have increased it, but, I'm not an engineer and I'm not a traffic study, so I think it's fine. And I accept it as is, but
and I would note our density, given the overall acreage, is 3.6 units per acre. So as you know, that is very, very small. That's a low density development. And one additional thing I neglected to mention is we have agreed upon with the school district a pedestrian path that will go from our development over to the school. So any children living within Weatherby Meadows, as well as Highlands at Weatherby Lake, will be able to go through the site over to the school without going out the roadway. We have sidewalks on our side, on both sides of our streets, which is the city standard. The Highlands at Weatherby Lake, it's not a requirement in the county to construct sidewalks, so there are not sidewalks located in their neighborhood.
Thank you. Welcome. Would you please give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, David Pacer, 8175 Northwest Mastern Avenue, Parkville, Missouri, 64152. I am a 10-year resident in the Highlands of Weatherby and a 25-year resident of the Northland. And I could tell you that we're very disturbed by this project going in from really a safety standpoint. Although we live outside of what she said, outside of the Kansas City limits, we are in Platte County, but our children do attend Hawthorne Elementary School. And I will tell you that that school, as it stands now, every morning when school session is in, has 200 feet of cars just to get in their parking lot. And so although this traffic study that was done may have shown that it's not going to pose a problem on here, I would ask if that traffic study took into consideration the fourplex just a quarter mile east, that's going to have hundreds of units coming in and hundreds of cars. So we are very concerned for the danger of our children. For those of you in this group that know Berry Road, there is a long time history of danger on that road. It was 2 lanes for the longest time. About 10 years ago, it was expanded to 4 lanes up until Amity Road. It took several years to approve. It took several years to complete that project. It is still 2 lanes going west, and it is not suitable for this type of project at this time. We believe expansion needs to happen. Another traffic study needs, a more detailed traffic study needs to happen. Also going west from Hawthorne Elementary School, it is land and forest, trees coming in off Berry Road. There's constant deer running across that road. A lot of accidents, and there have been a lot of deaths on Berry Road over the years because it's only been two lanes. So this is something we're extremely concerned about. And I know I'm only one voice here, but there's going to be several people, I would assume, voicing the same concerns. And I represent both our subdivision and citizens of responsible development. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
My name is Richard Neese, Rick Neese. I live at 7718 Northwest Scenic Drive in Weatherby Lake, Missouri. I'm the president of the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company. The improvement company owns Weatherby Lake, the lake itself, and 19 access areas of property around the lake. I concur with the comments that have been made previously about safety. If you take Weatherby Meadows, 138 new developments, Berry West to the north, 354 townhomes, which was approved in 2020 and is now under construction. So none of that traffic of either one of these things that we're talking about has been reflected to date on either of the access roads that we've been talking about. That's 500 cars, just a little under 500 additional vehicles of some type, or 1,000 if you have 2 vehicles per dwelling unit. Those streets, which you saw in the presentation, and we have sent a video of cars going down both Berry Road and the other streets involved in this development. But I have, if I can pass these out, I have screenshots of that. I hope you have seen. Video is about a 3-minute video.
You hold on until you get back to the mic so we can make sure that the folks are paying it online can hear your comments. Thank you so much for passing this out. I can pass those around. Mhm.
If I can just walk you through back to the mic. I'll just walk you through what you see there on these. This is Berry Road, the slide one, and you'll see the arrow pointing to the Weatherby Meadows 138 unit development. You look at the second slide, that's North Childress Avenue. It's very similar to what the picture that they showed in their video. There's barely enough room for two vehicles to pass on that street. In the earlier Zoom meeting that was referred to in the presentation, that was called a country road. And I grew up in the country, and it pretty much is a country road. Our real concern is we're not against development with the WLIC, but we are concerned that the improvements that are necessary to provide for the safety of the communities really surrounding this is not specified. You asked an important question, I think, earlier in your comments about, well, are there any specific plans for improvements in the road system around this with those funds? I am concerned because my experience has been that when projects like this get approved, the improvements, the monies for the improvements lag. And I think I heard something like 10 years before those developments, before those improvements were going to be made. We are very, very much concerned, and we would hope, shouldn't I get 5 minutes?
Yeah, it was 5 minutes.
It was 5 minutes? Okay. Hawthorne Elementary, you heard the school mentioned, and I think the school has submitted position papers on their feelings about this. This is off of Berry Road. That's number 3. And number 4, if you look at
Mr. Rick, I hate to interrupt you, but we want to be just very conscientious of time and then very respectful of other folks who might want to speak. But I think we have captured your concerns.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please state your name and your address for the record.
Good morning. My name is James Pate. Address is 10522 Northwest 79th Place, Weatherby Lake, Missouri. I'm a resident of Weatherby Lake. I serve on the Board of Aldermen there. I'm also Lieutenant Colonel in the Missouri Guard. Most importantly, though, today, I am the father of 2 small children, ages 3 and 4. And over the next 10 years, my children are going to be transiting in that area between Berry Road, between Park Hill High School and Hawthorne Elementary. The Council for ELUX emphasized a few points here that I want to talk to real quick. The fact that those of us that are advocating today that aren't necessarily Kansas City residents that live in Platte County, that should not be disregarded at all. Our children are the ones that go to those schools. We pay Platte County taxes. We utilize those roads. She said that's not an old county road, just like we heard about before. If it's not, then I don't know what is. It's not lit. There aren't shoulders. It's prone to accidents. It's a small 2-lane unimproved road. Call it whatever you want, but it is wildly unsuitable for a rapid influx of 200 plus cars between 2 large schools that's already prone to accidents, like I said, with high traffic volume. And that high traffic volume that they're saying had a mid-impact, that they're going to have a mid-impact by these new developments. Looking at those roads, number one, that was done on June 29th when school was not in session. 200 plus cars moving through that road were discounted on that traffic study. We would like to see a responsible traffic study done while school is in session to prove that those roads are wildly unsuitable for this rapid influx of traffic. We understand that the city has got that expansion is going to happen. We understand that ELUX has a desire to come in and have an investment there. We're not trying to stand in that way. We believe it's irresponsible, however, to go forward with that development without improving the infrastructure first. As a father, I'm asking you today to take a realistic look while school is in session at the traffic between Hawthorne Elementary and Park Hill School. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
I'm Steve Clark. I live at 9800 Northwest 82nd Terrace in Weatherby Lake. I'm the mayor of Weatherby Lake, and we're concerned about the traffic as well. I've worked with Councilman Dan Fowler, over the improvement of signage at Berry Road and Amity / Eastside Drive. We have 17,000 cars a week go through Weatherby Lake. This is going to add to that. We can't stop it. It's Kansas City, Missouri, but it is a problem. If Matt's on the online here, if you would put that map up, Matt, from Amity west to this, and show from probably Mace Road all the way across. It goes from 5 lanes essentially to 3 lanes. And then at Potomac, it goes to 2 lanes. And I live right there at Potomac and Berry Road. People are traveling over that hill going about 50 miles an hour. There's been a couple T-bones there, I believe. But so he's showing this here. And there you can see you've got sidewalks. And the sidewalks in, I believe, at just before the grass pad where you get there. You see Weatherby Lake. And then on across the grass pad here. And then Childress. And the intersection there is narrowed down. And on to the west there, and this was obviously taken in the winter. The grass grows up practically over the road there, and it is a country road all the way over to K Highway. We've had asphalt on it, and that's been about the only improvement on it. But what we're telling you is the volume is there, and the conditions aren't suitable for the volume. And I think I heard 4 years before this is even on the plan. I mean, come on here. It is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sir, in the back, you might want to start walking up so that you can, yeah, there you go. Would you please state your name?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Moritas. I live at 7909 Northwest Pleasant Ford Road, also in Weatherby Lake. I'm here because I have concerns as well, but my concerns are not as much about traffic, it's about sewers. Weatherby Lake, back in about 2016, was engaged in conversation with the city of KCMO regarding improving the pump stations for sewage. Nothing has happened. I ask you, where is the sewage from the development of Barry West and Weatherby Meadows going to end up? And where is the sewage going to end up when the rest of that corridor is developed? We have waited patiently for those pump stations to be improved. Those pump stations sit about 100 feet from a 274-acre residential lake. So I ask you, where is that sewage going to ultimately end up? Where is the pump station from Elex going to pump the sewage? Those pump stations that are there existing are over 50 years old. They were built in the 70s. They cannot handle the additional flow that is going to come from these projects that are being approved by the city. Is there an answer to where that sewage is going to go?
So what we'd like to do as a part of process is to listen to the public testimony. And then once we close it, we will ask those questions of staff.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm done.
Thank you. Next person. Okay.
My name is Tom Wind. I live at 10514 Northwest 79th Place in Weatherby Lake. My wife Judy and I are residents. I'm not an elected official of the city or of the Weatherby Lake Improvement Company. So I'm a concerned resident. And I just like to read my statement because I'm not very good at extemporaneous speaking. Our very serious concerns before the City of Kansas City, Missouri Planning Commission are as follows. If one precious, priceless child's life is lost due to negligence in the approval of and consequential provision of inadequate and dangerous road systems, or if Weatherby Lake is polluted by failure of antiquated, inadequate, and overburdened sanitary lift stations, then the financial liability of and the consequences to the City of Kansas City, Missouri would be far greater than the upfront, proper, and necessary expense to prudently address and correctly resolve these issues at the present time. We firmly believe that anyone who would drive through this area would recognize that the roads currently are inadequate and dangerous. We also believe that genuine due diligence requires that a member or members of the Planning Commission perform an in-person inspection of the roads prior to any final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. This person?
Hello, my name is Jeanette Hartson. I reside at 7700 Northwest John Andrews Road in Weatherby Highlands, which is south of Highlands of Weatherby, if that's not confusing. I'm here to voice my concerns and opposition to the proposed development for the following reasons. We've talked about this development abutting Platte County, unincorporated, which is a very rural environment. The fringing area is low density residential and large lot residential. The proposed development plan for Weatherby Meadows shows the residences situated extremely close to one another with only 5-foot side setbacks. This density of impervious surfaces will exacerbate stormwater flow. We've already experienced stormwater flooding in the area recently when we have heavy storms. And I just want to remind you that stormwater does not follow geopolitical lines. It doesn't stop at the border between Kansas City and Platte County. Our road and property flooding will be exacerbated and storm runoff water contributing to pollution loading and negatively impacting water quality in the watershed. We've heard about the roadways being built to support low density traffic. We know they're hilly, narrow, no shoulders, blind, unmarked intersections, extremely dangerous. We've heard about the traffic study was not really adequate for showing the development that's going to be happening already. The roads in the area cannot safely handle the traffic that's going to be generated from these developments. They're not pedestrian or bike friendly. There's no public transit available in this area to take residents to area shopping or workplaces. Wouldn't a better plan be to locate such medium density developments in corridors with existing infrastructure? Say for along Highway 152, 169, I-29, or 435 that already have easy access to major roadways and can handle this traffic. I oppose this development because our area infrastructure will not meet the needs of the proposed plan and will adversely affect the safety, health, and general well-being of area residents, including those of us in adjacent unincorporated Platte County. I respectfully ask that city planning be mindful of the impacts on the environment and its adjacent communities as you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Helmut Dera, and I am, my address is 8085 North Sheraton, and I live in the Highlands of Weatherby. Lived there since 2009, Platte County resident since 1977. I'd like to challenge a couple of things that were stated earlier regarding traffic study. So first traffic study, don't doubt that it was done, but there's compounding factors with the development that's going across Berry Road that we talked about earlier. And don't underestimate the time of year when the traffic study was done, because when school is in session at Hawthorne, I live on Sheraton, there's cars lined up and down Sheraton, there's cars on Berry Road actually in the, let's call it the, not really a turn lane, but kind of the shoulder that folks are trying to get in there to drop off their schools. So we compound the factor of the new subdivision that we're talking about here, plus the one to the north. That is a factor that is making this traffic much more complex than we think. Second thing, the congestion on Berry Road that will be created will automatically drive cars into Callaway and into subsequently Weatherby Lake as folks are taking the back way. And we have seen the progress on Berry Road from Park Hill High School to essentially Cheriton that took, I don't even know how many years. It was a lot of years. And for me, it was a lot of driving through Weatherby Lake to try to get to my own subdivision because I couldn't get there on the main road. So I just ask that we go into this eyes wide open, and those things need to be absolutely considered around the safety for this Berry Road corridor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Craig, 8080 North Caldwell Avenue. I represent the Highland of Weatherby HOA. Tommy's going to hand out a couple of materials. One thing I wanted to start off that wasn't in my original presentation was actually from the staff report. It references section 88-405-10B as needing to connect to North Callaway. That same section also indicates that if a cul-de-sac is intended to be a stub road, it needs to be signed as a stub road. It is not signed as a stub road, as the pictures from this morning show. And there is one on the end of Masterson, but it's just telling you not to fish. So I included that. So what we're basically doing is we're taking a cul-de-sac away from a neighborhood that was not signed as a stub road, according to the own zoning rules that the staff posted within the report. In that presentation, it's not, the neighbors basically covered most of the material. But the things I wanted to call out was just the calculations at 9 trips per household is 7,200 trips added to that area. Which then we've got some traffic studies, not traffic studies for this development, some safety studies, et cetera. We have pictures of our neighborhood and the streets that they will be going through. Just for your awareness, the school actually routes through our neighborhood because to try and relieve the traffic off of Berry. So any cars coming through are already going down up through 81st. If they're going into that neighborhood, they will go up North Callaway to get into that neighborhood, because that's the way the school routes them is to try and relieve the traffic off of Berry, because Berry was backing up dangerously so. We've got a couple other pictures in here about the roads. You've heard enough about the roads, so I won't talk about that. But the main thing I really wanted to hit on was this agreement by Breen to connect the two communities. Breen owned both properties. If there was an agreement, they should have labeled that as a stub road, not as a cul-de-sac. And we're really asking that it not be connected to our HOA, and then that the other concerns are raised. And basically our real ask is, let's do the right thing versus what's easy. The easy is to just approve this development. And as my neighbors called out, we really need improvements to the area before we dump 7,000 trips into that area, which we've already dumped a large portion of with the previous approval. We have this approval, and we know the property across from the other development is also under contract with the same company. So we're expecting another development coming into that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else?
Hello, my name's Heidi Neese. I live at 7718 Northwest Scenic Drive, Weatherby Lake, Missouri. And I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit more about the traffic, because what you saw the pictures, it looks like a really an undeveloped area over by the Berry Road, where we're going to be developing, which really says that everyone's going to be headed east, which is where the shops are. They're going to go by the school, the grocery stores, the main highways, which is 152 and I-29. And today, I live at Weatherby Lake. Every time I drive down East Side Drive, and I know the other access areas when they head towards road today, we actually put in a caution, just because when you go down that hill, it's a challenge to get across the street because a lot of us go to 152 or take a right, to get out of our community. And so you kind of do that juggle, trying to see, is there the car beside you or not? And definitely needs some stoplights, some slower roads, or as well as the development, onward. So I think we're having those challenges today. And I just want to, reiterate the roads would be great. And then also, looking at those pump stations, because we got a stinky cove already. We don't need another stinky cove, we need to make sure that our infrastructure is in place.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to provide? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is James Karasowitz. I live at 8020 Northwest Roberts Road, Weatherby Lake. I just wanted to reiterate some of the criticisms of the traffic study. Again, not only did it not take into consideration the time of year when there's a lot of traffic, it doesn't reflect what it's going to be like after these 500 or so new residences are built. And again, maybe 2, sometimes 3 cars per residency. The other issue that has been kind of neglected, if you see these pictures of Berry Road, is the topography. It's very hilly. I come out of West Side Drive, south of Berry Road, to get to Berry Road every day. And to the left or to the west, there's a hill. You can't see a car until it's almost on top of you. When you try to access Berry Road, it's basically a leap of faith that a car's not going to be going too fast, and they are going, I'd say 50 miles an hour, as somebody mentioned, all the time. And there's not much time to react. There's not another lane that a car coming off the hill can enter into, or for us to enter into Berry Road. So it's a dangerous situation that I think is going to be much more dangerous when all these developments are finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Is there anyone online, Joe, that would like to raise their hand and give public testimony?
Yeah, we have 4 people, John Anderson, Sheely in Kloppel, Julie Rossi, and Eric Rinkemeyer, and we'll start with John.
Hey, John, will you please give us your full name and address for the record? And welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is John Anderson, 8085 North Callaway Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, small business owner. I'm a former member of the Highlands of Weatherby HOA team. We met with Jessica in late March. She was very nice, and with her community engagement, basically met with us, the former board, to say, hey, this is what we're looking at. All 3 board members just asked her, hey, look, we want responsible development. We're not anti-business. We want things done responsibly. And she's like, hey, that's what our company's all about. We're very ethical and we care about the environment. We want to do all this and that. So our only request to Jessica was, look, we would ask you to connect your subdivision to Childress instead of North Callaway Avenue. North Childress Avenue, as it stands, is a third world country road. It's got 2 lanes. It's not marked. There's potholes. There's debris. With the previous development that I participated in, across the street from Hawthorne Elementary, this adds 160 homes, 300 more cars. And with the previous ask of this commission, we're like, please look at the responsible development because of the infrastructure. Northwest Childress is just a disaster. And if you ask all the residents that live in this area already, half of them drive to Parkville. And the way they drive to Parkville is they go through Weatherby Lake, they go through Parkville roads, they go through unincorporated Platte County. We're not opposed to the development. We just want safety. And Northwest Childress is a big, big example of that. When we asked Jessica and followed up with her, we followed up with her by email in May and twice in June with no response. And finally, in late June, she said, hey, we're moving forward with our development as planned with the Callaway entrance. So we believe as a board, she did not act in good faith. We're asking, look, it's a safety issue. So Highlands of Weatherby has no sidewalks, has no lights. We have a ton of kids that walk to school. This is going to add to the safety factor that we originally asked Jessica, hey, look.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry,
responsibly.
Mr.
Thank you.
Anderson. Thank you. I'm sorry to cut you off. We want to be mindful of time. But thank you for your comments. Others have expressed the same here. Shelley, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can
I'm
hear
sorry.
you and see you. Welcome.
Sorry, I wasn't sure you were talking to me. My name is actually Shay. It's Shay Kleppel, 11355 Northwest 81st Street. I am in the Highlands of Weatherby. I just wanted to speak really quickly on two fronts as a resident of the Highlands of Weatherby, but also I am on the I'm the vice president on the PTA board at Hawthorne Elementary. And I heard a couple of times that they said that they have been speaking with Hawthorne Elementary and the school district. And I just want perception versus reality. I'm also friends with the principal there, and she's never once been contacted by anybody from this development to talk about any of this stuff. So I just want to make it clear that Hawthorne has never really been involved in any of these conversations. The principal was under the impression that this was a 55 and older community. And so she didn't even realize that there might possibly be students attending the school. She was not aware of any of this stuff. So I just wanted to speak on that really quick. And then also, I'm going to see if I can share my screen here really fast. We're also talking about perception versus reality. So I just wanted to show really quickly that, are you guys able to see my screen? Can you see this picture?
We cannot.
Okay. And I'm going to stop trying that. And I'm just going to show it on my phone here real quick. This is a picture that is showing what ELUX submits that they would like their buildings to look like, what they say they're going to look like, and here is a reality of what they actually look like. So I just wanted to show that for reference for everybody. This is stuff that they have actually built versus what they claim that they are going to be building. So just wanted to show that really quickly. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Julie.
Hi, my name is Julie Rossi. My address is 7811 Northwest Scenic Drive, Weatherby Lake, Missouri. In September of 2020, I worked with Steve Clark and Dan Feller on some research that we had done because we had had so many accidents at the exit of Eastside Drive and Amity Berry, where those three come together. And the research that we did with the Kansas City Police Department is that there had been 6 significant accidents. This isn't hearsay, this isn't speculation or just, just unsubstantiated information. This is actual 6 serious accidents. And so the flow of traffic coming from Eastside Drive onto Berry Road is, like many have mentioned, is really hideous. So we had been working with them, and we kept being told that we were going to have, future studies done and an additional assistance versus just a few signs. So in that, those 6 accidents were in the previous 9-month period. That wasn't over multiple years. That was in a 9-month period, 6 serious ones. And many of those were residents of Weatherby and Kansas City.
It appears we lost you. Maybe your video is frozen.
38 to 150 locations, which is about 300 cars Well, those out and back is 600. Everybody usually leaves their house at least once a day. Most people will leave it 2 or 3 times a day and entering those same intersections multiple times a day. Something we're also not hearing about is additional buses, additional utility trucks, additional service providers, mail trucks, as well as like Amazon, UPS, things like that. So it's not just the individuals coming there. The other thing too is we'll probably have a lot more teen drivers. Teen drivers are coming back and forth to go to the high school. And some of the residents here at Weatherby Lake have their teens go down Rocky Point and exit out of Forest Drive because it's so dangerous already at Eastside and Amity area that they even have them go around so they don't have to exit at that entrance. And the problem that we have is also school buses will block your views coming from that west side. So it's already a very, very dangerous intersection.
My apologies for, you've reached your time. Thank you for your comments. We've got others to talk about the traffic. Thank you. Eric, you are up next.
Eric is our traffic engineer. If there's
Eric
any
is your traffic
questions.
engineer. Okay, well, first before, is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony online?
Mike Manning is one that I didn't mention that raised his hand right after I promoted the others. And then there is an additional person named B. Cleveland that raised their hand.
Mike, please state your name.
Hi, this is Mike Manning. I live at 11211 Northwest 77th Street in Parkville. Weatherby Highlands, lived here about 25 years. And a lot of what I'll say is echoing what others have said, but I think it needs to be repeated. The roads that we're talking about are just not able to handle that amount of traffic between the new development going in across the road and the proposed Weatherby Meadows. We need to have improvements on them before we can consider this type of a development. Childress Road, which a lot of people will go to. I see it all the time with the subdivisions that are right by Berry Road. A lot of people go towards Parkville and Weatherby Lakes, and there's cars constantly driving down through Weatherby Highlands where the speed limit is 35. They're going 55, 60 miles an hour until they get to Weatherby Lake and they know the policeman's there, and then they slow down to about 25 or 30. It's already unsafe with that amount of traffic. Just think what it'll be like with more. The roads aren't wide enough. There's no center stripe on Childress Road. So people are turning in and turning through the other people's lanes when they turn in and out. To the west or left when you're coming out of Childress, Berry Road, there's a blind spot there, a huge blind spot, and you don't see the cars coming from the west until they come up over that hill, and they can be going much more than the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's nowhere to go if you happen to pull out when no one's there and then a car is flying up. It's very dangerous. Wanted to comment also on the attorney, Patricia, who felt that you should not listen to the people who live in Weatherby Highlands or Weatherby Lake because they don't live in Kansas City. Well, a lot of us work in Kansas City and pay the Kansas City tax as well. And you know, if her view is that taxation without representation is fair, I don't agree with her. That's all.
Yeah, and just to just set the tone for future comments for others that are coming on cases, we want to hear about the conditions, we want to hear about the facts, and definitely your experience. Please avoid calling out anybody and representing what you think their thoughts was. Just for the record, Patricia did not say we should not listen to you all. She just stated about the geographic boundaries. What I will say for this commission is, while we understand that the city boundaries are very hard lines, we do, in fact, believe that community is fluid, and we appreciate anyone that is willing to come and give testimony about how they traverse within and outside of our boundaries. So I do want to have that on record. Is there anyone else that would like to give comments?
The only other person was B. Cleveland that's been promoted.
Okay, and is Cleveland your engineer or no? That's not Cleveland. Okay, Cleveland, please state your full name and address.
Yes, this is Brett Cleveland. My address is 8303 Northwest Potomac Avenue, Weatherby Lake, Missouri. But more importantly, my business address is Urban Tree Specialist at 8600 North Childress. we caught wind of this development, and I am not against this development, just for the record. However, I am against it moving forward without improvements in that area. We started our business there 8 years ago. You know, we were the ideal business for that area due to they did not want high density. They wanted low density. So we were deemed an ideal business. In living and working there, our employees and everything have to continually turn out on Berry Road. And we learned early on that it was up to us to make it safe to do that. So on the north side of Berry Road at that Childress intersection, as well as along the grass pad, that is all privately mowed and not maintained by Kansas City. That is maintained by us at Urban Tree Specialists. So if you go north on Childress, it is much cleaner and safer than it is anywhere south on Childress, as well as along Berry Road. The limited site is not safe. And pulling out of there is just, for us in trucks and everything in the morning, you have to dodge the school traffic. I am extremely concerned as a business owner in that area for the traffic, for the residents, for my employees, as well as for myself and my wife pulling out onto Berry Road. Just the additional traffic coming from that direction, it's already unsafe. As another one stated, trying to make a left or right on the Berry Road, there's a blind spot right there at Potomac and Berry Road. So that is all my concerns. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Joe? Okay, so at this time, we're gonna close public testimony. And we are gonna give the applicant and the developer an opportunity to respond. A couple of things I heard before you begin. One is, of course, the traffic study. Thinking about doing an updated or modified traffic study when school is in session, with the thoughts that would have a more realistic approach to what the traffic study could present. We heard comments about the sewers and the pump station. That might also be something that staff needs to respond to, as well as the applicant, about the capacity of the pump station, the sewers, where will the runoff be? We also heard about setbacks and the density and its impact on stormwaters. Of course, we heard about the blind spots, the no lights. There's a couple of things that I want to say first before we get to you, Ms. Jensen, and the developer, and certainly if the commissioners want to add in things that they would like for the applicant to respond to. One is that we are not the final authorizing authority on this matter. So regardless of how the vote takes place, it will still go to council. I think that at the council meeting, there's also an opportunity to talk about council members have resources such as PIAC that contributes to infrastructure, public infrastructure, like streets and lighting and sidewalks and curbs. So I want to make sure that you all are thinking about who the council representative is and also who the PIAC representative is. So just wanted to level set that so you all don't feel like what we say today is the end all be all. It still will go before the council. Are there any other things that you would like for the applicants to respond to other than what I've outlined?
I think you nailed it.
Okay, all right, Ms. Jensen.
Let me try to cover your questions and comments, and then also some comments that were made during the public testimony. I want to highlight for you on the traffic study and everybody asking that it be done while school is in session. It was done while school was in session. Our traffic accounts occurred in March and April, and the study was submitted in April to the staff. What wasn't done is it wasn't accepted by the traffic engineer, the city's traffic engineer, until the end of June. But in fact, the traffic study did take into account the school being in session. So that's one clarity. Also, with regards to typical traffic studies, the city's traffic engineer has to approve the scope of the traffic study. That takes into account all of the approved development plans within a certain area of the site. So it took into account the Berry West development that was approved by the by the city council. So the traffic study is a good traffic study that's in front of you. And I believe it will have, our development will really have minimal impacts. I want to highlight the fact that the cul-de-sac is on our property. It was approved with regards to Highlands at Weatherby Lake, but it's on our property, but it was constructed as part of their development. There is no requirement in the Platte County code, unlike Kansas City's code that was quoted to you, that says you have to post a signage about continuing a street connection at some point in the future. So that certainly is one reason that you wouldn't have seen signage. I want to emphasize that we've worked hard to make sure that kids from our subdivision, as well as kids from Highlands at Weatherby Lake, can walk to Hawthorne Elementary without accessing Childress or Berry. In my opinion, I'm going to disagree with everybody who tells me that Berry Road is an old country road. Sorry, I grew up in South Dakota. I know what an old country road is. An old country road is a gravel road. It is not a paved surface that exists along Berry Road with curbs and sidewalks until you reach a certain point along Berry Road. I'm going to give Jessica the opportunity, and then David Gastill can answer the question on storm drainage, as well as if you want the opinion of Travis Kiefer on the pump stations that will exist. What I will say again is Berry and Childress are arterial streets, or they're major thoroughfares under the new major street plan. We are not required to improve those unless our traffic study would say that we need to. But we are required to pay impact fees so the city can choose to use those funds for the improvement of Berry and Childress. Of course, all these other subdivisions that aren't located in Kansas City, Missouri, and don't have to pay to maintain Kansas City streets certainly can work with our council people to seek additional funding. Maybe the Masters, maybe Highlands at Weatherby Lake, and maybe Weatherby Lake itself want to contribute towards the overall improvement of Berry Road and Childress Road. There's nothing that precludes that. They could also work with their Platte County commissioners, because Platte County often will throw in money into a pot to provide for further improvements to the street. I'm going to let Jessica clarify some things, because I believe some statements that were made were not necessarily what she had stated.
Thank you. And I just want to thank everybody who came here for their comments to share with us, as well as virtually. So I wanted to clarify one thing. I have been in constant communication actually with the Park Hill School District. So I had first tried to get a hold of somebody at Hawthorne Elementary. I got transferred to several different people. One lady actually asked me why I was calling her and telling her about our development. And then I ended up getting connected with a really nice gentleman. His name is Jim Rich. He is the operator at Hawthorne. I actually went back and forth with him in email several times, where he actually is the one who designated where our trail would end at the school for safety reasons. After that, I had a meeting on April 5th with Dr. Jeanette Coward, who was the current superintendent at the time, and also with the incoming new superintendent, Dr. Mike Kimbrell and Dr. Paul Kelly. And I worked with them for several months on putting together a sewer easement. So there's actually a sewer easement that was voted by the school district on June 9th, accepting the sewer easement that would run from the other side of the property through the school's property at the southern point over to our property to be able to give us adequate sewer. So I've actually been in quite a bit of communication with the school district. So I just wanted to clear that up. And I had worked with Clay Fulgrim, who was their legal on that for the sewer easement. Another thing that was just brought up, and I just clarification, the image that was brought up on the screen is not an image of anything that I've built. It's not in one of my developments. It's not a type of building that I would build. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not sure where that image would have originated from. So, and also just to clarify that when you put something in a submittal, that is what you end up building, and it goes all the way through permit, which you guys up here know for sure. But just so the community knows that there is a process to that. I would be able to get a build permit if I totally did a switcheroo and it came in with a completely different product. Those homes you can actually see in Spring Hill. There is a subdivision there. If you go to our website, it'll give you directions, and you guys could actually go and drive by our homes that we're building, and it's exactly like the renderings that I've shown. So.
And with that, unless there's additional questions, we would ask you to approve it, subject to the conditions with the added conditions that Matthew presented to you earlier.
And I was just gonna make one more point. Eric Rinkmeyer, who is the one that is with HG Consult, who did the traffic study, is the one that raised his hand, I think, during the public. So he's there available if you guys have detailed questions, when you know the times, days, things like that on the study.
Thank you. So now I want to just open it up to the commissioners. If there's any questions you have, you certainly have an expert in the traffic study on as well.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from him. I think that'd just be helpful for everyone to hear him defend his own study since it's been attacked so much.
Fine, Eric. Be promoted.
And then also, the other comment that I'd heard that I'd noted that would be great for you to address would be on the pump stations and kind of talking about existing pump stations versus new pump station, where sewage from this development goes, et cetera.
David Gastill, who's online, can present that. I'm not an engineer, so.
And Eric is also online.
Yeah, this is Eric Rinkmeyer with HG Consult.
Eric, you need to speak up a little bit more.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Get a little closer to your mic and speak louder.
All right, Eric Rinkmeyer with HG Consult. Is that better?
I think they can hear it, yes.
Yeah, company address is 7733 North Wallace Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. And yeah, I think somebody mentioned it, but yeah, the traffic study was approved in June, but we actually got our traffic counts in March, was March 29th. So 2 weeks after spring break, but school's in session. We do want to make sure that we caught the school traffic, their traffic counts. So we got that. AM and PM peak hours. A couple things as far as the trip generation rates. So kind of use standard trip generation rates from ITE, which is Institute of Transportation Engineers, and have trip generation manuals for different types of development. So it's kind of standard rates from the ITE. AM, PM peak hours and daily traffic. And I guess one other thing about the traffic study, I mean, they kind of mentioned not taking into account future development, but we did do a 20-year design forecast at 2% growth rate, which takes into account future traffic and future development. So yeah, that's all in the traffic study. I mean, one thing we found was the existing traffic volumes were fairly low. So, I mean, the impacts that we're adding aren't very high. Like the traffic study mentioned, there's enough capacity on the roadway to handle the additional development. And as far as developments go, single family residential is a pretty low density traffic generator. I've seen gas stations or drive-through restaurants develop or generate more traffic than this development. So I think in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't a big addition to the network.
Eric, there's someone from the public who felt that 2% was too small of an assumption. Can you explain why you use 2%?
Yeah, with developed areas like around the city, a lot of times it's used 1%, maybe less than 1%. In the scoping process with the city traffic engineer, we decided 2% was appropriate for this area because there's a little more open space to be developed. I guess having said that, it's kind of one of the last pockets in the area that's not developed. I mean, it's mostly developed to the south, mostly to the east. I mean, a little bit to the west and north is still to be developed. So we felt like that was a conservative figure.
Got it. Thanks.
David, do you want to speak to the sewer?
Or I think the city will need to chime in as well, but for the most part, we're providing a private pump station on site, brand new station to deal with the flow that comes from our neighborhoods, and we pipe that through a force main up to the extended gravity sewer system to the west. The city has provided, telling us that there's enough capacity downstream for our flow.
And so to be clear, nothing's being pumped into an existing pump station.
We pump to a gravity system. Where it goes from there, it probably goes a long way. I can't say whether it hits another pump station downstream.
It does.
For the city.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, this Travis Kiefer, Casey Water. Yes, it does. Once it hits that gravity system, it flows to the east and then to the southeast to a pump station. And that pump station just had repairs and so forth performed on it about 2 years ago. And Casey Water is also in a condemnation process for a new pump station location down there for that Weatherby Lake area. So,
thanks.
All right, well, commissioners, unless you have additional comments that you would like to make, we can take a motion.
I think you need 4 people out here.
Forstein's on.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I don't know,
Sorry,
did Bruce
Forstein,
step
I
away?
forgot.
Bruce must have stepped away
Yeah,
brief.
Bruce had to make a call. Now we can, now
Well,
here's,
I think Forstein's on, so that's fine.
are
I
you
just,
on there, Forstein? I thought she.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right.
I apologize.
I do have a question.
Okay, thank you.
I don't remember which commissioner brought up the question of the capital plan for street improvements. With the discussions we've had and the one resident that brought up the study they were doing on the accidents that have taken place, does that play into anything that our public works person said about the streets improvement, how they look at going to improve those areas?
Yeah, this is Jeff Bryan with Public Works. So I believe that comment was regarding Amity and Berry Road. And so, yeah, that is a intersection I'm familiar with. And yeah, we're looking at that location actually again to see if it meets signal warrants. So we're looking if we can do some improvements there, here in, at least again with signalizing that intersection. But just to be clear too, I'm not saying that there's specifically in 10 years, there's going to be a road widening on Berry Road between Childress and, wherever the other, I think it's near Charlton where the widening ended. So, because to my knowledge, again, I'm not sure it's programmed yet. So I can't confirm that any roadway improvements are planned along Childress or Berry Road at this time.
So I guess what I'm also looking for is how would they coordinate the accident information from the police department to help spur the city on and looking at those areas in a higher priority manner?
I'm sure they can always submit 311 calls or obviously refer to their specific council member. And I also have access to the crash data so we can see it ourselves. But nonetheless, yeah, they can always go through those other avenues to submit their information to the city.
I just wanted that to be made public so that people would know how to petition the city to get that in front of everyone to increase their chances of improvement. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I'll just comment briefly since there was so much public interest and then also concern about the project. I think the concern is valid about traffic. I totally understand where everyone's coming from. I think that it's the issues that were brought up might be issues today, as you all have said, and I think it's something that does necessitate continued effort and work on your all's part. I don't think this is the news you want to hear. I don't think that getting in the way of this project is the right way to address that progress. And so I think that addressing traffic issues can be done, and it doesn't have to be something that fighting this project is really the best way to do it. So I think it's an exciting project. I think it's a new type of development that we need. I think that it is actually, in terms of density, a really nice use, as was mentioned. Traffic always, as someone who isn't a planner and has come into this as a layperson, traffic is something that always surprises me, whether it's a coffee shop or a residential development with 100 units. It's just fascinating to hear that when they do these studies, you really do get the raw data of what you should expect as a resident. So I think it's amazing how engaged you all are. Completely agree with Chair Hill that, of course, we take all of your comments to heart, and it has nothing to do with, where you live. We understand that it's a community and that we all interact on a regular basis at work and driving, et cetera. So I really appreciate your comments. I feel for you all, and that I hate to be supportive of this project when it feels as though it's flying in the face of your concerns. And so that's why I just want to reiterate, I think your concerns are very valid, and I think you should continue to address traffic concerns, but I will be supporting the project.
Are there any comments that you want to give before we call for a motion?
Ready for a motion.
Okay, well, one of the things that I would say, one is, I've been on this commission about 3 years, and I'm always excited when we have robust community input. I also am very excited when we have a developer who is willing to listen and work with the community and to open those lines of communication. I think we've heard testimony and detailed accounts of reaching out to the community as a broad to make sure that this is a development that feels like it's a part of the community. I agree with Commissioner Enders that, when you think about the traffic study and the safety, and we all either have kids or love a kid, we want children to be safe. I think that there are other bodies, specifically the city council and council members who live within your community, that have a better kind of experience of what it looks like to traverse your community. And they also have resources that can address some of the issues that you all have raised with regards to street development and improvements. As this commission, we're looking at planning and zoning and the codes and if it fits properly. And when I think about, what is within our realm to approve, this is a development and a project that fits and meets within those. I would also just add that as a person who works in and around education and school districts, when I see a project like this that is like built to rent, I think about the superintendents and their senior cabinets that often come into these communities. Most superintendents last 5 to 7 years, and so they're not often looking to live or purchase a home. So when I think about this type of development, I think it's innovative. We'd love to see more single family homes that give the option of renting. And when I look at the price points, if you guys just look at some of the price points in Kansas City downtown area with a fraction of the space, I mean the rent prices are astronomical compared to this. So I really do think it's a good value. And for those reasons, I will be supportive of this project. I am open to a motion from commissioners.
Chair Hill, I move to approve docket items 19.1, 19.2, 19.3, adding the condition that was in the Matt's presentation, adding to the front of the development plan, the note about the open space development requirement 88410-06.
Thank you.
Second.
So moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll, please? You might be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
right, this project has been, this docket item has been approved. Good luck. Thank you for bringing
Thank
something
you.
like this. If we could just take a brief 10-minute break. I know there are folks that have been waiting. We just want a chance to, stretch our legs so that we are, get our commissioners back for the rest of the public comment. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll resume it. First.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll see her. Thanks.
Well, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Not surprised.
No, not really.
Yeah.
It's all about money.
The sewer, the sewer, the sewer.
Yeah.
I wish he would have been.
What's the plan? He wasn't here. He didn't think it was gonna happen.
So, quick question. I would make a recommendation next week. About the industrial light manufacturing, whatever. Would it be like? Would it be us recommending, maybe this is a serious question, us recommending city council to do a resolution to ask you to do something? Or to look at it? I don't know.
No, I mean, well, you could do that, or we could have a work session as a group and just flesh out what the concerns and issues are. And then you can, it's really up to you guys how you handle it. The issue with the resolution is then, the only issue with that is that whether or not they yeah. I just, but even if they don't, it's still a work session. My first thought was like, maybe the half street could be a little bit more. Yeah, we have nothing. You've heard us talk about it. Yeah, it just says thou shalt do these things. It doesn't even enumerate what these things are. Yeah, it just says you have to build the street. Is that like in the case of that project, like certainly curb and gutter don't make sense because of those stormwater. Like, yeah, but does that mean they don't do something? Yeah, does that mean that the street shouldn't be made? Is that? Well, yeah, I think it's like one of those things where something that gives you guys some guidance on what the matter of free. Because instead of just like saying we're not going to approve any of it because it doesn't make sense in this area, it's like, well, what can you do that makes sense? Is it sidewalks? There's gotta be a middle ground, but between like waiving everything and redoing the entire thing, and having this one block fully redone for the sewer system or whatever that doesn't connect anything. So, well, some places,
I don't know if this is a state law issue or not. Again, when I worked in the Kansas communities, they do all this thing. Districts, it's kind of like a CID. They form a geographic district. They assess property and we're just required. Ultimately, that ends up affecting that buyers and lots. That is. It ends up depressing you. So, you know, that's the potential. I mean, it's apparently, so I don't know if it's because the state law doesn't. I just remember that one project, yeah. How's that one? It's like tiny municipality. There's a big distribution somewhere or something like well, no one uses it. Yeah, because not like the built people will use them. It may not be like a massive neighborhood party walking down the street, but I think it feels no, we're not. I don't know, even up on Front Street. It's you're like, well, this is why it's not safe up there, and why there's so many people getting hit by cars in that area of town. Well, I'm sorry, I abandoned you. I don't think we, I think. Suggestions? Yeah, we have Weatherby in our office, but no one uses it. I think one person.
Yeah, I'm really irritated with
Ask me. So.
Oh, I asked. I'm like, what's going on? What are you doing? What do you care about?
I'm just gonna sit back. I'm gonna support Councilwoman Boone to take all the credit for her victory in her unopposed race. That's my plan. I'm gonna be assistant deputy campaign communications manager for that campaign, so I can put up.
In line, all of it.
So I don't know.
haven't been ready exactly, but I might have to get out of here. Yeah. Right. She had this space. And we took the board and I thought I planned to today when I first saw the document, but now I got. But there's, they've gotten a lot of. I know they do. I mean, yeah. I've heard that's really long. Because I think they had a.
Because you guys, so.
Whatever it is, we're like a few minutes off from like that, all these. It's all amazing. But it's just like.
Honestly, it's kind of like.
Long process. Oh, there's.
Is it like 20.1 and 2 and then a case 21? Because we got an email with it, or is it just an update? Did you see that?
Oh,
Like Lisa sent us.
maybe I have the wrong one. I just have 20. We have another one.
Well, she sent us an email that said updated, and it looks like it's
Oh,
21 instead of 20. I don't know if it was updated 20, but it looks like it's like docket number 21, which is not on here.
Yeah, I know.
Bruce.
Yeah. So that's just the selling part, so labor and. It's not.
Lisa, are you on? Lisa Payne?
Yes.
Is the agenda has the last case is 20.1 and 20.2. That's correct, right?
Yes, correct. I think when O originally did his, I heard what you all were saying. When he did his staff report, the number was 21 and it changed. Some cases got moved around. So whatever you received that says 21 is referring to 20.1 and 20.2.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That is correct. Joe, we moved the case. There was a consent item from the main agenda to the consent.
Yep.
All right, if everybody's ready, we'll resume. I think Commissioner Allender is still going to be on this call, so we can get started. Joe, if you will read the next docket item.
The next case is docket item 20, and there are two companion cases starting with 20.1. Case number CPC 2020-00174. A request to approve a rezoning from District B1-1 to District B3-3 on about 9 acres at the southeast corner of Northwest 68th and Northwest Wacomish Drive. And docket item 20.2, case number CPC 2020-00166. Request to approve a development plan in District B3-3 to allow for a 33,000 square foot development on 4 lots and in 4 phases, serving as a preliminary plat on 9 acres at the same location. Ulvik Baji is the staff planner.
Okay, Joe. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Olaf Wagbaji, City Planning and Development staff. I'm going to share my screen. Is that working?
Yes.
Okay, the next 2 companion cases, which is, as Joe read, is for Hopewell Corners. This is a commercial development, and I think Sean Duke or someone from Snyder and Associates should be on the line, and Nick McPhee is the applicant. He's either in the, I don't know if he's up in the chambers or is he online. This next case is located in the Northland where my arrow is pointing, and a closer look at this shows you it's right there at the southeast corner of Northwest 68th Street and Northwest Wacomish. Again, this is right at this location. Just nearby areas of interest is to the north. Back in 2018, we approved the Hopewell Elementary School, and that also was for the extension of Line Creek. And in 2019, we approved the Lead Innovation Studios, and these are within Park Hill School District. And further to the north, west of the site is Lake Wacomis. City of Gladstone is just off what would be 169 to the right of your screen, just parallel 169. And 29 is further west, and 68th Street turns into Gower and then down to 64th Street and on to Parkville. Again, the same thing, closer look. Adjacent development would be Pleasant Valley Townhomes on the north side of Northwest 68th Street. We have what's the Price Right Deli just on Wacomis to the south, where 64th Street points out. And then we have the Stone Ridge development. This is the site, and I'll go closer into the site. Again, Northwest 68th Street and Northwest Wacomis are both major thoroughfares. And Northwest 68th Street is improved with curb, gutter, sidewalk, 4 lanes, and it's just been recently repaved. Line Creek evidently was recently constructed to extend to the new schools to the north. Northwest Wacomis Drive is a rural cross section without curb, gutter, or sidewalk. Again, this is the site. This is a picture of the site. On the top picture shows the site looking to the east with 68th Street on the left and Wacomis at the bottom. That's the site as it sits. And the lower picture shows, it's a picture looking west on 68th Street, showing the site to the left. You can see there's an existing, what will be a mound or a hill that was part of the challenge for why it took so long to get this to you. I'll give a quick background before we get started. The site is currently zoned B1-1, and the parcel, this was rezoned back in 1987, and that plan allowed for gasoline and fuel sales on this site. It also approved a 40,000 commercial development with about 216 parking spaces. I do have the plan to show you, and I had it as part of your staff report package. This application was filed back in towards the end of 2020. We went back and forth with the applicant, and we finally got a determination from the law department that they could proceed with location of a gas station at this site, because this is a parkway, and due to the Parks and Boulevard, the Boulevard and Parkway standard, there are specific requirements for siting a gas station. And once we got that ruling, we brought them back online to move forward. The other issue they encountered was the challenges of connecting the sanitary sewer to the north side of Northwest 68th Street. And I do have a utility map if you want to see that. And after that, we had multiple meetings to make sure that the site plan they were proposing was compliant with the Boulevard and Parkway standards. This is the current approved plan, even though it's not vested because it's expired. As you can see, the sign did allow, the plan did allow for a gas station at this same location, and also allow for 2 commercial buildings kind of in an L shape, one on the west side and one on the south side of the site. For this proposal, the first case number CD CPC 2020-00174, the request to rezone to District B3. The applicant is requesting that the City Plan Commission dismiss this case, as they have decided to just go with the B1-1 zoning. So the only thing the B3 zoning would have given them would have been ability to do drive-through. They've taken that off the table, and the plans have been revised to remove all drive-through components from this development plan. The second case is a request, which is 00166, is a request for approval of a development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat. And this is to allow for about 33,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial development, which includes a convenience store, office, and retail on And this is going to be within 4 lots in 4 phases. And like I said, Northwest 68th Street is a thoroughfare with 4 lanes. Same with Wacomis is a parkway under the jurisdiction of Parks and Rec. And when we get to the permitted uses within the B1-1, all the proposed uses within this development plan are permitted. The only thing that requires a special use permit is the gas station, and that's required subject to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And that will be a special use permit granted by CPC and eventually by the BZA. For phases 1, 3, and 4, they will have to come back through CPC with a project plan for each individual phase as it occurs. Again, this is the proposed site plan. Phase 1, as you can see, is at the bottom, which is office retail, and phase 2 is the gas station, which is at the corner. Phase 3 is in the middle, and phase 4 is at the northeast corner of the site. So the plan that you see before you have been revised to remove any drive-through element, and the use on the side will remain office, restaurant, and office and retail, and the convenience store. One of the major factors of this plan is that the applicant is dedicating about 75 feet of right-of-way on Wacomis, as shown in this red box, for the future improvement of the Northwest Wacomis. I think they're also dedicating right-of-way for Northwest 68th Street also. Again, the proposed plan, as you can see, they do have a preliminary elevation, and we want to make sure that this meets all the Boulevard and Parkway standards. So they do have brick veneer, ephes, and glazed storefront. And we wanted a site plan of the proposed gas station to make sure that they do have all the transparencies that are required with the Park and Boulevard standards. And this is just a big elevation of the proposed canopy, which also requires that they meet the standards too. Let me double back. The site plan shows 2 major connections, or 3 connections to the site. The 2 on the north side on Northwest 68th Street. This is the full entry into the gas station and to the site. Sorry if you cannot see my cursor. And then further east along the eastern property line is a right in, right out connection only. So, and then there's a second full access on Northwest Wacomis Drive. The plan also shows a detention tract, which is tract A, and that is to serve phases 1, 3, and 4, with phase 2 having their own BMP within their own lot. There's a stream buffer that runs through the site, and this is the stream buffer, and they did submit a preliminary stream buffer plan. And also they did submit a traffic impact study, which I will let Jeff Bryan comment on if there's any question on that. Approval, I put in the approval criteria for development plans just so we can go through them. If it's up to the chair lady, if you want me to go through the approval criteria, but I do have them if you need to. They're in my staff reports, and we can visit them if you have to. But whenever a development plan is being reviewed, these are the criteria we use to measure whether they should be approved or not. You want me to go through that, Madam Chair?
No, Olafu, I think it's fine. You provided it to us, and if questions come back, I'm sure you can share your screen to bring those back up.
Okay. So with that, my staff's recommendation, again, correction, is docket item number 20.1 is for dismissal, and docket item number 20.2 approval subject to the 35 conditions. That ends my report, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from commissioners to Olafu?
I've got one. It might be clarification. I might have just missed it. My apologies if that's the case. So you showed the elevations for the gas station and convenience store, which was phase 2, correct?
That's correct.
Phase one, though, would presumably be built first, right? Do they happen to have elevations of the phase one building?
No, we have a design standard we're holding them up to, and each one of those phases will come back to the City Plan Commission with a project plan highlighting all of those. So I just wanted to see, because the gas station is pretty much the point of contention. So we wanted more of like a base.
Yep, that makes sense.
We want something to just look at, but this is not going to be the end product, and we will still get a special use permit for the gas station, and each individual lot will come back with a project plan with more additional details. But this is what will be a template for what we're looking for.
Okay. And then I'll ask the applicant as well, but the layout of the site isn't as, or I haven't seen a lot of layouts like that. Is there anything, so I guess maybe I should ask the applicant, but is there anything you'd add in as an explanation as to why the site has so many different kind of fronts to it?
A front on two thoroughfares, and one of them happens to be a parkway. And the issue the site has is that the sanitary sewer is located on the north side of Northwest 68th Street. So they have to make sure they drain everything on the site over there. And in platting the site, each lot has to have frontage on a public street. So lot 4 and lot 3 and lot 2 all have frontage, and they had to make sure that lot 1 has frontage on Wacomis. So by doing that, they also have to make sure now that they make sure that the sewer gravity drains towards 68th Street. So those were the complexities of doing that. So the 4 lot was dictated by the fact that they had to have frontage on a public street. The overall site will have reciprocal cross-access easement through the whole development, but in terms of the ownership is what pushed this design and layout.
Okay, thanks.
There are no more, do you have questions,
Yeah.
Commissioner Baker?
So if we're dismissing the rezoning, and the only advantage for them rezoning would be the drive-through. And so this is a project plan for 4 phases and a preliminary plat. And I guess on the gas station, the kind of conflict is, if I'm understanding this correctly, that the zoning allows for the gas station, but it's on a Parks and Boulevard. And so that doesn't allow for a gas station without a special use permit. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's permitted subject to a special use permit. And there are specific criteria they have to meet in terms of design, location, and layout. And they will have to meet that via that special use permit to move forward.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up.
And then this might be getting way too ahead of things because as you said, each phase would come back. But for example, office dash retail dash restaurant, likely restaurant would be difficult based upon the lot size and the number of parking spots. Is that a safe assumption to make?
They do have adequate parking because this pool of parking right here is shared parking for all the tenants. So there's enough parking on each lot, and then there's just an additional parking that's going to be shared. And the parking calculation took into effect offices also for the 2 offices.
Okay. I feel like if phase 3 and 4 were restaurant, just for the sake of example, that would be insufficient parking, right?
I can do the calculations. I do have it.
I mean, as you noted, it could easily be something else. It just seems like it would be underparked then.
I will look. I'll give you the numbers. So the required parking is 125, and they have 182 parking spaces.
Oh. Thanks.
There are no more questions for Olafu. We can now hear from the applicants. I believe Sean and Nick joining us.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Duke with Snyder Associates, 201 Northwest 72nd Street, Gladstone, Missouri. We also have the developer property owner on the call here as well with us, Sean Chowdhury, as well as Michael Meyer, who's part of our development team. First off, I want to thank Olafu's staff report and his presentation were very thorough and covers what we have proposed in the development. I want to thank Olafu and the rest of the city staff for their help and their direction they provided. Everyone's been very helpful and it's been very good to work with. To answer a couple of the questions to start off with, as far as the layout, there was some different things on the site that kind of drew us to where we ended up with. There's some grade change across the site, as well as meeting some of the city standards for the parkway as far as building the veil, how they front a parkway, and how the parking can align towards a parkway. We tried to create, the development that had a centralized, parking as well to create some walkability throughout the development. That's how we ended up with this final design. With that, I guess, myself and the development team are available for questions.
I'd be curious if you had any, even if it was like theoretical renderings of the space. To me, it's hard for me. It looks like a very creative solution based upon the space. It kind of feels like a cluster of buildings that would have more, not been master planned all at once. Because it seems as though depending upon where you're standing and looking, you might see the back of multiple buildings, but the front of another building. And so it's a little bit confusing to me. I'm wondering if you have anything that kind of would alleviate my or make it so that I can better visualize what it might look like when done. Totally understand it might be too early and you don't have those renderings, but do you happen to have anything like that? And have you kind of thought through what it's going to look like standing at different places in the development?
We've thought about it. We do not have any renderings yet of how it would look. But as in the northeast corner, it says kind of up high, that's the high end of the site, and you look down and through it. So it kind of creates a visual corridor from that point down through the middle of the site as it drops off towards Wacomas. We did look at options of placing both buildings along Wacoma or along 68th Street. That was some discussion we had early on in the process, but with the grade drop there off of 68th, it makes a very difficult transition down into the site. So that's how we came back to having a parking lot to be able to drop the grade across the parking. We looked at even putting both buildings off of 68th Street, but we really had some discussions where we wanted to make a more internal layout to have some, internal, flow around the site and try to block off the parking area from 68th and from Wacomas to create some screening of the parking area.
Is this gonna be a long-term holding ownership? Or is it gonna be kind of parceled out eventually?
Sean, I don't know if you want to answer that question, but I think the intent right now is the lots will be for sale. As far as the convenience store, I think there's some intent on holding that one, but it also depends on what that final user is. So there's still some discussion on that as well. Now, Sean, if you want to add anything else to that one, I don't know if you've been promoted yet. I don't see.
It just feels like it's been designed for different owners, which is okay, but it feels like to Commissioner Anders' thoughts that partly because it's being designed for different owners that it's not as cohesive as it probably could be. Maybe it's the middle ground between just sectioning it off already.
As far as the middle section, I don't know if I can add anything else to that, but the intent was to be able to make a function with how the grade drops down across the site. We do have, we looked at it for different ownership, but at the same time, each lot needs to have street frontage, provide that as far as, for water access as to meet city criteria. Yes, I don't know if they're much more want to add. Our intent was to try to create a development that was nice and had a cohesive connection. We are limited with the stream buffer with the grade change on the site. We had a plan at one point where we had building phase 3 and building phase 4 aligned with each other and the parking all along the frontage there. But to try to eliminate some of that parking along the street, we moved building 3 up to create, a more of a different look to along 68th Street.
Yeah, again, certainly creative. Could you provide maybe like a dream scenario of what tenants or uses might be in 3, 4 and the non-convenience store building, so I can get a sense for it? And one of the things that I'm thinking about is we often talk about how some streets in our city don't have the same setbacks and it makes the street look disjointed. And my fear is just that if I'm driving Northwest 68th Street, it's going to be very confusing with the varied setbacks. Again, appreciative of what you're trying to achieve. And then, if I'm staring at the front of 3, it looks like from the south looking north, it looks like the trash enclosures there, which doesn't seem like a great front to a building either. But could you kind of lay out what an ideal tenant mix might be?
Yeah, I think the owner hasn't been promoted yet. I don't know how he's being shown. It's Sean Chowdhury. Maybe enter his phone number as well. Ends in 4352.
I just promoted him.
Okay. Sean will probably be able to add some as far as different ownership types and the vision for the types of uses.
Okay. Hello.
Sean. Sean, yeah, we can hear you, Sean. Hey, can you provide information on what you envision for the uses of the different office, retail, restaurant buildings? What type of vision you see there?
Yeah, we were on the 7,500 square foot building. The plan is that we will have a nail salon and special uses for the community, which are required by whatever community needs are. Post office, more like a UPS store, certain things like that. And if we look for some kind of a restaurant to come in, then we'll get them in there.
Yeah, just to add, I think when we've talked about it, we're definitely looking for some neighborhood businesses, dry cleaner, maybe an insurance office, maybe something, something that'll be, some neighborhood businesses that kind of work well for the community around us. They'd be using these, the convenience of having this located here next to the community.
That's helpful. Yeah, so some of these might be multi-tenant buildings.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are there any other questions to the applicant? I think I have a couple, but I just want to process for a bit. The first is the convenience store or gas station is in the second phase. And so I'm wondering how contingent is this whole plan on this gas station? Like if you do not get approved for the special use permit?
Sean, you want to answer that one?
We would like to get it approved, but if we don't get approved, we're still going to go ahead and continue with whatever we have to work with.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, we'll reach the portion where we will open it up to public testimony. Just to reiterate the ground rules, if you're an individual, we ask that you speak within 2 minutes. If you're representing an organization or a homeowners association, you will have 5 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address when you come to the mic so that we can make sure it's on record. So we'll start with those in the chamber. If you would like to come up and give testimony on this docket item, please feel free to do so.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is John Rowe. I'm an attorney with the Rowe Law Firm. Address is 4444 North Bellevue, and I'm here on behalf of Sano and Janine Smeraldo. They own the property at 6400 and 6412 Northwest Wacomas, which is south of the subject property. I'm going to focus my comments on the development plan review criteria, and in particular 88-516-05A, which says the plan must comply with all standards of the zoning and development code and all other applicable city ordinances and policies. In short, I know I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm going to speak real fast. It doesn't meet either of those requirements. And the word must can't be ignored. You've got an ordinance 88-15-02C. The word must, will, shall, and may not are mandatory. So they have to meet these requirements. You have a development plan in front of you, 50% of which indicates a drive-through facility for these restaurants. They're dismissing the rezoning application, which means the property is B1. And if you go to table 120-1 in your zoning code titled Office, Business, and Commercial Districts Use Table, drive-through not a permitted use in the B1. On that, on the face of it alone, the plan, you can't approve this. Number two, because this property is along a parkway, 88-323-02-G provides for additional provisions for sites with gasoline and fuel sales. Item 2 says a gasoline and fuel sales establishment may be permitted with special use permit on a tract of minimum 2 acres. Look at your plan. It's 1.78 acres. It doesn't say get close or almost 2 acres. It has to be minimum of 2 acres. On the face of it alone, you have to deny this application. If the applicant tries to say, well, that only applies at the intersection of a parkway and an arterial, well, you're at the intersection of a parkway and arterial. 68th Street is classified as a thoroughfare. Arterial in the master street plan is defined as a major street. 68th Street's a major street, and we've already had discussion that Line Creek is a parkway. The second point to be made on this must comply with other city policies. I'm just kind of floored. There's been little to no discussion about the Line Creek area plan that applies here. The adopted Line Creek Valley area plan is the official policy guideline for this area, and it applies to this property. The plan itself, it says on page 5, because there is concern about new development changing the community characters, residents realize development standards will be necessary to maintain quality. If my time's up, I would respectfully request that the commission ask to see this plan. There are site plan guidelines in here that require the buildings to be at the street to create a clean edge. They don't. This plan says this property is a secondary gateway. The Line Creek plan says at gateways, you're supposed to have public art or public plaza. You're getting a canopy and pump islands.
Thank you for your comments. When you raise a legal question for me, I would like to pause. Usually we hear all of the testimony before we ask for staff or the applicants to respond. But raising that, either Sarah or Olufu, if you want to address some of the code and the standards that Mr. Rose elevated.
And I would respectfully request the commission ask for discussion about the Line Creek plan.
Thank you for your time. Olufu, would you like to address, I think it was code 88-615-85A. Maybe I might have gotten those wrong, but I just want to go on the record around compliance of those.
The first point was about the drive-through facility and implementation. They have removed the drive-through.
Right.
So, and that was, I didn't think he heard that presentation. Yeah. The boulevard and the 2 acres is as a result of them giving up 75 feet of their property to future right-of-way dedication. So they have 2 options on those. They can either ask the BZA for variance, or they can then dedicate to have 2 acres. So that's up to them. We have a condition there that said they can get that variance from BZA. And then regarding the Line Creek area plan, the area plan recommends mixed-use community land use for the subject property, and that conforms to the B1-1, actually also conforms to the B3-3 zoning, so there's no need for an area plan amendment.
Thank you. Your comments, I'm sorry, sir.
I just have a point of order about that.
No, we're going to be respectful of the people that's in the audience waiting. We responded to those. We'll have a chance for the commissioners to respond to that coming up. Thank you for your time. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Carrie Alexander. I am the founder and director of Save Line Creek, so I believe that allows me 5 minutes. First off, I would like to say that while the following comments about the review criteria that will be addressed are important, I would like to note that my boys, we live adjacent to this property, are the 5th generation to live on our property, not the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but the 5th. We are concerned about the legacy and the character that this facility, it's on a parkway, and they're wanting to put a high density development on a parkway and ruin our parks and streams. His development plan shows a cute little dotted line. This is the stream that runs right behind his gas station. It's a stream that runs right into Line Creek where kids are playing at. It's going to affect so much about our properties. In addition to that, there are errors all over the place with this. We were not notified properly. The development group sent out notices to only 200 feet by his own admission. He's required to send that out 300 feet. He didn't do that. I have him on recording stating he didn't do that. In that neighborhood meeting, he sent them out to incorrect locations. He said he used a GIS map that was incorrect. Multiple times, different land amounts have been presented here. This gentleman, Mr. Rexwinkle, actually stated in the docket that it was 9 acres. You saw on this development over here that it was 6.5. I've got a letter from the city that says 9. I've got a letter from the developer that says 6. I've got a GIS map that says 5.6. I've got a letter from Olofu himself that says 7. There's errors all over the place with this. Nobody can give us accurate information. The developer's own traffic study doesn't even list the right location. The developer's traffic study says Falcon Falls, not Line Creek, not Hopewell. And it was done in November during traffic construction, so it doesn't truly represent traffic. Signs for today's meeting were not properly posted. They were scribbled out with new dates written in over the old dates. And frequently, even the names are incorrect. Actually, in Olafu's own slide, he listed Nick McPhee, Hope Wells, LLC. That is not Nick Wells or Nick McPhee's LLC. Nick McPhee's LLC is GH14. In fact, it's actually pretty ironic that they want to use the Hopewell name in general, because that is the name of the Native American tribe that settled in this area. And they're literally desecrating the native land by putting this in. They're going to pollute the creek. They're going to cause massive traffic influx. It's a high density. I mean, you saw the plan. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not neat. They are literally, I mean, the applicant even owes the city over $800 in application fees, yet here he is asking you to approve something else. Why can't he pay his own fees? Also, I'm not sure what amount of time I have. I wanted to have it on record that we are evoking the petition of protest for zoning change. We're awaiting the title documents. We have those requested with the title company. We have every single landowner within the perimeter of this development that is going to invoke their right to petition. So we will be asking for the 2/3 or whatever the number, I don't have it in front of me, majority will be for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Amanda Curtin, 8707 North McDonald Avenue. Just set my timer for 2 minutes. I've lived in the Northland all my life and love taking my kids to Line Creek. They love to splash around in the water. I'm here as a concerned citizen, just concerned about the potential environmental impacts of this proposed development, specifically of the gas station that's going to be butting up adjacent to the tributary, which does lead to Line Creek, where lots of kids play all the time. It's free of charge for anybody to go in. And so I have questions about, what the future of this development will be, if there's any contract with a specific gas station, if we know what type of fuel is going to be in the pumps, if we know the additives that are in the gas, how financially solvent a gas station would be, if there's any chance that they will go bankrupt if phases 2, 3, and 4 never come to pass. Will the city be left with this huge environmental liability of these underground tanks and all of the potential runoff that's going to be flowing directly into Line Creek? I did want to share just a few facts from the Line Creek area plan, which was mentioned earlier. It does require that development takes into consideration, quote, major challenges, including stormwater percolation, unique terrain, rocky soil, and lack of adequate drainage. These are things that should be considered. And just, I want to share a little bit of data with you that for every acre of land, 1 inch of rainfall equals over 27 gallons of water. And so depending on how many acres this would be, that's roughly the size of an above ground pool for every acre. So that runoff will be running directly into our creek. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Davis. I live at 6738 Northwest Wacomas Drive. I do not live on Wacomas Parkway. I don't know if they've officially changed the name, but in accordance with 88-515-08, City Planning and Development Director, City Plan Commission, and the City Council must, there's that word again, must consider the following: zoning and use of nearby property. From the developer's own plan, the area surrounding Hopewell Corners is completely zoned residential. This is the only commercial zone property in over a half a mile. We must, by your own standards, take into consideration that this development fails to meet the criteria set forth by your own guidelines. If the entire surrounding area is zoned residential, bringing in B3, which that has been eliminated, but it is all residential. I live directly across the street on Wacomas. I have 4.76 acres. And there's no way all that will fit on 6 acres. It is not 9 acres. Get your stories straight.
Thank you. Of anyone else?
Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Earl Ostertag, 6700 and 6702 Northwest Wacomas Drive, Kansas City. My property's across the street from the proposed development. I'm opposed to the proposed development for the points of maintaining the physical character and the residential and lower density commercial development of the area, both in line with the Lion Creek Parkway and the Lion Creek Valley use plan that the city has. The proposed development will bring additional traffic and challenges to the area. Specifically, the only exit from the development will be to go eastbound on 68th Street, or all the other directions of traffic will have to come out on Northwest Wacomas. So there's only one direction of exit on 68th Street. Everything else has to come out onto Northwest Wacomas, right adjacent to the stop sign or to the stoplight, and to our entrance to our side road for our houses across the street. The property is elevated, so everything at night coming and going, their headlights are going to go right into our homes. The elevation is at least five feet or more higher than our outer road. And so the concerns with late night traffic, bringing outside people into the neighborhood residential area, it just really impacts us a great deal living in the neighborhood. There are over 12 or more gas stations within 5 miles. There's tons of restaurants and other venues available. I mean, you can't hardly drive out of our neighborhood without going past a gas station. I challenge the need for additional development right there in this parkway area with the Line Creek amenities, the trails, the decompression zone from all the urban development that we have. This character and kind of rural or wildlife green space is worth protecting and preserving. Once we start developing it, there's no going back. It's just the first domino to tip. And then next thing you know, it's Berry Road. I mean, I think what attracted me to the area was the character, the less developed nature, and you know, for a great place for my family, my grandkids to play on our acreage and enjoy the creek and the trails and the nature. And so I appreciate your consideration and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Alexander, 6678 Northwest Waucomas Drive. An ordinance with 88-515-08, review criteria, the City Planning and Development Director, City Plan Commission, and City Council must considerate the following. Point D, whether public facilities, infrastructures, and services will be adequate to serve development allowed by the request zoning map amendment. This fails on many levels. Without the parkway in place, this will burden the already failing roads and cause accidents and damage to people and their property. Sewer was denied and to adjoining residents. Why is favoritism being shown to this development over tax-paying citizens? The developer has stated that they plan to move forward before the parkway, making Waucomas dangerously inadequate for an entrance, especially with no sidewalks in place. On page 59 in the Line Creek area plan discusses the importance of the infrastructure. You are allowing a development group to make improvements to the detriment of surrounding neighbors. The city barely maintains infrastructure in the area now, especially roads and water, but you want to add to the burden? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else within the chamber that would like to speak, please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Craig Weltig. I live at 3704 Northwest Blackwood Drive. I've been residing there for over the past 20 years. That's 1 mile north of the location of this proposed development. In regard to opposing the gas station, convenience store, and drive-through and fast food restaurant, it's the local community's opinion that these uses are not necessary in this area, especially since the nearest location of similar services are less than 1.5 miles away. As was mentioned previously, I actually counted 15 gas stations in less than a 3 mile radius from the site. And I have a little map here, shows all the bubbles of the gas stations. Basically, they're all located around the major thoroughfares, interstate highways, I-29, and 169 is the major corridor. So even though market research may show a dead spot or a lack of services in the area, there's a reason for this, since the corridor along Waucomas, 68th, 64th Street, and Green Hills Road, it's all zoned residential. There's not another commercially zoned use until reaching I-29 to the west and south, and 169 to the east, and Berry Road to the north. And these similar services are located on these major thoroughfares for a reason, not in the middle of a residentially zoned area. The local residents do not want the proposed uses at this location. So as was mentioned, there's concerns with safety, alcohol sales in the close vicinity of to Hopewell Elementary across the street, and many other items that my neighbors have discussed. The impacts to already stressed wildlife and green space in the area cannot go unmentioned. Pine Creek and the adjoining area trail, the trail are enjoyed by people from all over the metro and can only be negatively affected by a gas station being so close. Even when stream buffer guidelines and stormwater management plans are followed, there's always pollution runoff and additional noise, light, pollution, traffic that negatively affect both residents and wildlife. The grading plan submitted and the rezoning shows that stormwater will sheet flow across the site. So I recommend that additional BMPs be put in place to collect that runoff, filters and oil water separators, and maybe a curb collector system around the canopy area to direct that flow and to help with those BMPs.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Hayakawa. I am a environmental studies student at UMKC and then the business manager at Clay Plot Montessori School at 5901 Northwest Wacomas Drive. So in accordance with 885108 review criteria, this plan fails to it fails points E and F. Additionally, on my own account, the development of a gas station will not only directly feed pollution into Line Creek, but you're feeding pollution into the groundwaters, which feeds into a couple of other creeks nearby, including Old Mail Creek, or Old Maids Creek, which runs through our school's property. And in the long term of things, if car manufacturing companies like GM and Ford are looking at phasing out their gas cars and phasing in electric cars, this is not sustainable development. And I would really encourage you that we are looking for sustainable development in communities that are serving very young people. The whole Line Creek surrounding community is filled with kids with families who are living there and a couple of schools nearby, the Hopewell, Line Creek Elementary, and Clay Platte Montessori, as well as Farm School, who depends on this environment and the ecosystem that it supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hi. I have a statement, but I can't stand very long, so she was gonna read it for me. That's okay. Oh, Mary Webb, I live at 6620 North Coventry Avenue on the back side of the property.
In accordance with 88-515-08 review criteria, the City Planning and Development Director, City Plan Commission, and City Council must consider at least the following. Point G, the extent in which the approving rezoning will detrimentally affect the nearby properties. It goes without saying how deeply and negatively impact the nearby properties would be. Property values would decrease substantially as high traffic and crime would increase. Light pollution from every vehicle exiting, exhaust fumes, pollution runoff would all have an effect on nearby properties, especially those on Wacomas. Safety of nearby children, walkers, and cyclists should also be considered, as without the parkway improvements, this development increases the chance of serious injury. This certainly fails point G, and we implore you to consider the fact that even though you're seeing documents that say that this does not fail these points, we have systematically gone point by point to show you that these do fail. Thank you.
Thank you.
So tough crowd today. I'm Lauren Wells. I live in North Kansas City, 1001 East 22nd Avenue, but I work in the Line Creek community. I'm here to support the community. I've only been there a short while, but it really is a beautiful community. I'm going to piggyback off some of the code readings just as a reminder of what we're here for. Municipal Code 88-515-08 states that in reviewing and making decisions on proposed zoning map amendments, the City Planning and Development Director, City Plan Commission, and the City Council must consider at least the following factors. Point H, the gain, if any, to the public health, safety, and welfare due to the denial of the application as compared to the hardship imposed upon the landowner, if any, as a result of denial of the application. I cannot think of any gain to the public health, safety, or welfare. In fact, quite the contrary. This development is 3 for 3 strikes on every one of these concerns. It will, without a doubt, pose a threat to the Line Creek community and the children who play in these beautiful falls and the amazing community center, and will heavily increase the danger for the fragile elementary school children located 1,000 feet from this development, as crime is certain to go up. The general welfare of the residents, hikers, bicyclists, school children, and wildlife will all be put at risk. Our beautiful community begs you to reconsider in voting in favor of this initiative and esteems you to support our community efforts to preserve and protect our quaint, quiet, and friendly community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sarah Schaefer, 11200 Delaware Parkway, apartment 1424 in Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. I'm here representing my daughter who attends Clay Platte Montessori School, skates at Line Creek Community Center, rides the Little Northern Train, and who is in awe of the beauty that you have along these creeks and trails. I'm here representing myself because my community of Kansas City, Kansas does not have what you have. You need to open your eyes to see what is right in front of you. I'm here in opposition of the application, the site plan, and potentially the future special use permit of 68th and Wacomas. I am here because this development raised awareness and concerns that Kansas City, Missouri is not doing the best for the regions that deserves to be protected and preserved. Environmental justice needs to be a forethought, not an afterthought for future generations to fix. A very recent study has been published documenting the trajectory of our region to be within an extreme heat belt of the US. What we do now, what you approve now matters. Buffers need to be maintained and enhanced, tree canopies preserved, and natural environment protected. I'm here opposing the current development as proposed for the reasons of right place, right space, the significant impervious surface, environmental protection, and natural resource preservation. This is a small property with grading that developer is, in their own admission, struggling to maintain cohesion and aesthetics. This is not appropriate for these corridors. I'm not here opposing business and economics for the city, but I do believe that we have a duty to guide business and development to the right place and right space for their success and for the success of the community around it. This community is centered around family and natural resources with residential homes, a community center, school trails, and creeks adjacent to the proposed development. I'm not here opposing development. However, I do believe that we have a duty to preserve and protect the unique environment that still exists in and around Line Creek. It is a regional trail destination for our area, with an abundance of historical forestation, tree canopies, beautiful waters that ebb and flow through natural bottoms and over rock ledges. Increased buffers, increased green space, pervious space, increased everything that you can think of environmental protection is needed for this particular area. Please consider voting no, or at a minimum, increase the conditions to increase environmental conditions and preservation to this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Novella and my address is 5901 Northwest Wacomas Drive. I'm opposing the development and zoning of the 16 pump gas station. I go to Clay Platte Montessori School. Putting in a gas station could affect our learning experience. There is a waterway right behind the place where the gas station would be built, where runoff, including spilled gasoline and oil, will run into our creeks. Part of our school curriculum has to do with learning about nature and the world we live in. Lots of the students at our school go in the creek to play, explore, and learn about the native area all the time. Zoning that area and creating a gas station could affect our creek water. If the gas station gets built, our creek may not be safe for us anymore and could affect the wildlife in the area. This is our classroom, and if the gas station gets built, we may not be able to go in the creek anymore. This creek is a big part of our school and could affect the learning experience of children ages 1 through 18. The nature in clay pot is very important to everyone at my school. This means so much to our school that 7 of the students in Farm School KC have come here today on our summer break and missed lunch. I don't think this area is a good place for a gas station. Please don't put our creek in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in chambers that would like?
Madam Chair, can I just make a really brief announcement? It's been brought to my attention that the legal review committee of the city council in a few places, it was mentioned that the meeting was here at 1 p.m. So I just want to make sure that anybody who's interested in the legal review committee, that is actually on the 10th floor.
Thank you. Sarah, sounds like a legal review when we hear the code, but it's not here. Please give us your name and thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Reagan Rosenbaum. I go to the Farm School 5901 Northwest Wacomas Drive, Kansas City. I oppose the zoning of the gas station because the gas that enters Line Creek can contaminate the Farm Schools River. The Farm Schools River helps bring people together and is one of the things that makes the Farm School the Farm School. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to give public testimony? Seeing none. Joe, is there anyone online who has raised their hand? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are many.
Any?
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 12 that
Okay.
have raised their hands so far. I'm going to admit them in batches, and I'll start with Paola Zapata, Linda, and Jesse Smith.
Paola and Jesse's. One of the things that I'll say just before we get to the online public testimony, as we all are documenting the concerns, and if we would ask that you not spend a lot of time on concerns that you've already heard, and you can always double down and say, hey, I support other folks. We know that the code, the 88-51508, A, B, C, D, E, G, and H have been stated several times. So just want to be mindful. Part of one of the things that we like to do is to open our ear to hear new concerns, as well as document the ones that have already been expressed. So we will go to Paola. If you could, please state your name, your full name and address. And be safe. And you're on mute. Still can't hear you. Paola, we can come right back to you and go to Jesse. If your mic is working.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jesse Smith, 3100 Gentry Park, North Kansas City. I'm a member of the City Council of Northtown and a member of the Planning Commission. So commissioners, I can appreciate the difficulty of these decisions and the length of this meeting, so I will be brief. In the site plan, first off, I support what the students have said. They're very courageous to speak out. We don't want the runoff into Lion Creek. My daughters attend the school there as well. But a bigger concern, and this is something one of the commissioners pointed out at the moment, because the gas station is a separate permit. The site plan is disjointed. It's objectively just not well done. I believe it's phase 1. As you're coming up Wacomas, you will look at the side of the building. Coming across on 68th, you're looking at the rear of phase 3. There's I believe I heard 182 parking spaces, which creates a large impervious space. With a detention pond at the back at the lowest elevation, I really don't know if that's going to be enough to detain what could be a storm surge into the creek, which would flood downstream, carrying whatever chemicals come from the gas station. But I would encourage the commissioners to take a good hard look at this site plan and ask or demand something better from the developer. It's got 4 parcels that are not cohesive. It just doesn't seem like something that should be allowed to happen right now. Ask for a better site plan and preferably one without a gas station. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Paola, is your mic on yet? Okay. Let's see, okay.
We also have Glenda on if you want to
Okay.
try to come back to Paola.
We'll go back. I think is there a call in number? I don't know. But we'll move on to Glenda. Maybe we can put that number in the chat. It seems like she's using her cell phone. We'll move to Glenda.
Good afternoon. My name's Glenda Maddock, and I live at 7809 North Hickory Court, which is about 1 mile northeast of this proposed development, right off of Platte Purchase. I'm a former high school teacher and a lifelong Northland resident, and this area being sought has wonderful nature trails nearby and is a home for wildlife, which of course has been pointed out before. There's also a locally owned grocery store that already sits off of the 2-lane Wacomas Parkway, and it has been there as long as I can remember. And its popularity demonstrates that this area simply does not need or want this new retail establishment, as there are already plenty of businesses nearby. We also recently have been experiencing more crime in the Northland than we used to have, and some attribute that to lower number of police in the North area. And I believe a retail establishment such as this would increase the probability of even more crime in a now quiet, low traffic neighborhood area. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I have also admitted Justin Barton, Cindy DeKaiser, and there was a third person. I've lost their name.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Justin.
All right. Good day, everybody. Thanks to all the commissioners for all you're doing to improve Kansas City, and Alufu for the good presentation summary. I'm going to echo a lot of everybody's thoughts. I think the owners removed the B3 zoning permit due to the outpouring of community feedback that you've seen today. We're echoing the boulevard standards that Kansas City has in place. A gas station is not allowed without a special use permit. A special use permit should only be granted in a special case, and this does not seem to be that case. The city's invested substantial dollars in the Land Creek Trail system. That's a hugely popular community benefit for all residents. This seems like that's going to detract from that. Additionally, we've all seen that gas stations are not able to be redeveloped. There's always soil contamination. There's always water runoff. It's not something that is a sustainable long-term development. And so I guess with that, ironically, it's still weird that this was granted a B1 zoning designation back in 1978 it was, as everything else along Wacomas Drive, Green Hills, 68th, 64th, 68th Gower is all residential. We do have plenty of business occupancies along 169 and just another half mile away over on the I-29 corridor. So, and just this does not seem to be in the best interest of the city and particularly for this particular region. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, you please give us your full name and address. Joe, you want to let in the next group?
Yeah, the next person that was admitted is Lisa Owens.
Lisa Owens.
Yes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, please give us your address for the record.
Yeah, I live at 3704 Northwest Plattebrook Drive, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm about a mile away from the proposed development. I live direct access to the Lion Creek Trail. I am also very opposed to this development and the special use permit for the gas station. I think the developer, Sean, mentioned providing community needs with this space. Everything he mentioned are things that we do not need. We definitely don't need another gas station. As mentioned, there's 15 gas stations within a 3-mile radius from us, and locals are not going to use this gas station, and they're not going to get traffic from major thoroughfares. So I'm not sure who is planned on using it. He also mentioned tenants such as dry cleaners, which are another notorious environmental issue. Nail salons don't need, USPS store don't need, restaurants don't need. I'm concerned mostly about the aforementioned stress and pollution, including the runoff substances, plus light and noise pollution to the creek, which is of course used by wildlife and people enjoying the trail. This Line Creek Forest is a migration corridor for birds every spring and fall, as well as a site for many local breeding birds that stay year round. We live off Line Creek Trail, and we have seen a huge increase in deer and other wildlife like raccoons, possums, herons, ducks, even coyotes in our yard, which have clearly been pushed out of the woods due to developments such as Hopewell School, etc. The creek is used by beavers and mink, which we haven't seen in many years, probably due to these developments and stresses on the creek. As mentioned, we don't need a gas station, and we certainly don't need a dry cleaner. These would both be catastrophic to the ecosystem. And I don't know if this is going to be a 24-hour gas station if it's approved. That would obviously lead to increased crime and traffic. People using gas stations 24 hours, it leads to more crime, which has been mentioned we already have in the area. It'll very much disturb nearby homeowners. And if this is allowed, if the gas station is allowed, I hope that they at least require some regrading to the plan to allow stormwater to sheet flow across from the fuel pumps. Otherwise, this is all going to go into storm drainage, and it's going to go straight to Line Creek. Obviously, locals are against this, as you can see by all the people attending. We have a Facebook page already has 500 people in less than a week. I would just ask that the council consider these issues and all the other aforementioned issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group is Hari Viswanathan, Austin Hamill, and Tanya Mangles.
All right, we'll start with Hari. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Could you please give us your full name and state your address for the record? All right, we'll move down to Austin. We'll come back. Sorry, unless.
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Hari Viswanathan. I am a parent of two students who attend Clay Platt Montessori School at 5901 Walcombe Street. I wanted to share my screen a little bit to show you my daughter. She goes to school at Clay Platt. And part of the school's philosophy is to get children out into nature and especially into the creek to play and learn, because that's a critical core memory of the childhood. This is her playing in the creek today. Now, I oppose the special use permit for the gas station, primarily because the runoff from the gas station will contaminate the water table, and during storm surges will bring benzene, which is a critical component of gasoline, into the stream. Benzene is a carcinogen. I do not want to give my kids cancer, and I completely oppose this plan to put a gas station in that area. Again, in the best interest of all the children living in that area, all the children who play in the creek, there is no reason for us to have a gas station so close to an important ecological area, especially given the fact that we have 16 other gas stations in the area. With some that are less than a mile away. Again, this is my daughter. She's playing in the creek. This creek feeds from Line Creek here. Whatever runoff is coming from the gas station is going to be contaminating this stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin?
Yeah, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, my name is Austin Himmel. I live at 6726 Northwest Waucomis Drive. Kansas City, Missouri. That is directly across the street from the proposed gas station, directly across Waucomis Drive. I live right next to Earl, who spoke earlier. I want to begin by applauding the developer actually for listening to our concerns about the drive-throughs. However, there's one major issue that was not addressed, and that is the development of the gas station. There's four major issues that really I see with bringing in a gas station to this area. One, increased foot traffic from the gas station onto Waucomis. A street without sidewalks will make the Line Creek area more dangerous and will inevitably cause more accidents on Wacomas. The traffic increase from a high-density commercial property onto Wacomas is going to make the intersection where I enter Wacomas from my home more dangerous. The entrance that was proposed from the project developer is wanting to put the intersection onto Wacomas directly in front of my house and Earl's house. What that will do, due to the elevation of the project compared to the residential properties across the street, headlights of cars that are coming out of the gas station and onto Wacomas will be shining their headlights directly into my front bedroom window while I'm trying to sleep. This is going to cause a massive detriment to all residential properties on the street of Wacomas, especially if there is not a limit on the hours of operations for the proposed gas station. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. Tanya.
Hi there. My name's Tanya Mangles. I live at 6712 North Gower Drive. I'm a 20-year resident and my daughter goes to Hawthorne Elementary. I'm going to bring up a couple different points, I hope, here. Just that the 68th connection to 72nd and Wacomas are already high traffic areas with vehicles traveling at very excessive rates of speed. I'd say 50 miles or more. I've personally seen multiple wrecks near the stoplight going up the hill towards Gower and flying off the road onto the sidewalks. Motorcycles, I've seen trailers breaking loose. I just about a month ago submitted 2 road signs that were wrecked into right there on the road, from collisions. And I've even had cars wreck into my retaining wall. From what I know of World Liquors, they promote themselves on their website and URL as We Deliver Stores, positioning them as a major hub for alcohol delivery, whether that be their own distribution or through apps like Drizzly, which will add further traffic. They also on their social media, they proclaim themselves as a super C store. I repeat, super C store with the largest selection of liquor and cheap smokes. They also have a history of adding in temporary tent pop-ups, selling merchandise in the parking lot and food trucks, which adds more congestion. And beyond the runoff concerns we've heard, the gas station and these pop-ups, they just add more trash and debris to the local community area. There's also a parking lot nearby here for trail access, which consistently already overflows with parking. And they park on my cul-de-sac, as well as they make lots of U-turns right at that light and off the Gower entrance, which I've also referenced seeing accidents. And that's really, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll just say, I oppose the multi-use development right in the middle of a residential and parkway area. So we have a lot of repetitive services off the 169 and I-29. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Joe, the next group.
Meredith Kesterson, Sharika Barnes, and Jason Lentz.
All right, Meredith, Sharika, and Justin, when you're promoted, please give us your full name and your address for the record. Let's start with Meredith.
Hi, my name is Meredith Kesterson. I live at 5600 North Robin Hood Lane. You can get to the Line Creek Trail through my neighborhood. I've lived here my whole life. I attended Clay Platt Montessori. My kids attend Line Creek Elementary, which is right down the road. And then we have Hopewell. So I know that we've talked about the environmental stuff, all of that. Even if it's not a gas station, if it is a convenience store, World Liquor sells vape, CBD, alcohol. Why would we want that right across from an elementary school? Not to mention the Lead Center, which is for high schoolers who are going to be driving by there. That's more risk of them buying all this stuff. I know it's illegal, but we know that they get around that. Totally. So why would we promote that? Also, we don't need a nail salon. There's plenty of nail salons around. We don't need a UPS store. There's one right down the street at 64th and I-29. It seems like the developer wants this for rental, for income, something like that, but he doesn't have a clear plan of who's going to rent these buildings, who's going to be there. oh, maybe a nail salon, maybe a dry cleaner. Where's the actual plan? Not to mention all of the parking spots, just how ugly it's going to be. I'm glad the city council person did mention that. Like, we don't want to look at the backside of a building or a dumpster as we drive through there. And drive Wacomas anytime between 8 and 10 a.m. And then from 2 to 4, you are backed up all the way past the little store, almost to the community center, with the traffic alone that's happening right now from all of the schools along there, all of the people that live along there. Please just vote no.
Thank you, Meredith. Sharika?
Good afternoon. First off, thank you, committee, for taking this. My name is Shrika Barnes. I am a Park Hill School Board member, but however, I'm not on here for the board. I actually live a mile from this location, and I'm just a little concerned as a board member, actually, though, that like this developer didn't come, like the previous presentation you guys had earlier. I've been on here since 9 o'clock, came and presented something to us as a board and told us kind of what was going on in our area so that we could be aware for our community and just put that information out for our area. So that was a little bit disheartening. Also too, not just the elementary schools, both my kids, we went to Line Creek, played Platt. We play in the lake, we go to the train. When they were little, they're college students now, but also Hopewell, but not just to mention Lead has just, it's just started to be our soon to be third high school. So there's gonna be more traffic at that high school right now. It currently only houses about 600 students, but that's gonna double very soon in the future. So I'm just thinking about how much more traffic is gonna be there along with that intersection, and it's not gonna be able to handle that. There's not a safe way for those kids. If you're gonna put fast food stations there, and of course, high schoolers have to stay after for school, they're gonna try to cross that busy intersection and try to go across the street to get food. I just don't think like the whole process was thought out. Clearly, again, I support, businesses trying to do what they can and everything. I just think that there needs to be a better plan, a better follow-up, probably some more talk with people in the area, especially the school district. And I mean, a liquor store, less than 1,000 feet from an elementary school and a high school is probably not the best thing to have, considering that 1 in 5 children start at the age of 15 drinking and can lead on to other things, or drugs, overdoses, all the things. And also, I know I have one more minute left, but today the president is signing in this Inflation Act, and it has in there the climate change information. So it's actually building a gas station, helping with the Climate Change Act and all the things that Kansas City wants to be a clean city. Just want to take all those things into consideration. Again, thank you for your time. I know it's a long day with all these comments, so have a great day.
Thank you. Is it Justin?
Jason Lentz,
so
and we
Jason.
admitted the last person, who's Julie Stutterheim.
Jason and Julie. All right, Jason. Please give us your full name and state your address. All right, maybe Julie. We'll come back to you, Jason.
Hi, I'm Julie Stutterheim. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I live at 3700 Northwest Plattbrook Drive. I actually came to speak in front of the CPC about in 2018, and I will reference what the plan was at that time. It was in reference to CD SUP 2018-00131. And it was also to encourage development around the Line Creek Forest to be more environmentally responsible. I'm the vice president of our neighborhood association, and I'm also a founding member of the Save Line Creek Forest Community Action Group. And we have about 1,500 Facebook members, and there was a petition in Kansas City with about 15,000 signatures to protect the area just north of this gas station plan. And so I just want to describe a little bit about what is surrounding this area. Just north is about 600 acres of some of the last remaining original woodland forest in Kansas City, Platte County. That's not my language, that's according to Kansas City ordinances. The city used about $2 million to build the Line Creek Trail through this forest, and it's a public access trail. All around the area are single-family homes, apartments, low-income housing. We have an awesome community, and so many people come out to use the trail. And there's so much wildlife in the forest, and they use the creek as well as we do and it is a creek that flows directly into the Missouri River. As someone else mentioned, it's also the home of the Hopewell Native American tribe who lived here. Oh, sorry. Can I have 5 minutes or no?
Did you get?
She with a group?
She was with, so she has about 3 more minutes.
Okay. Then you have.
And so rather than going through a lot of information that you all have available to you at your fingertips, I just want to point you to some sources. If you go to Mid-America Regional Council, the city invested about $500,000 to designate some of our high and medium conservation areas. And this area includes, is included in that designation of high and medium forest conservation area, as well as the Line Creek watershed. So that's something the city invested in. Also attached to that original CPC plan number I read, there is an appendix or an exhibit that we submitted that has several documents related to what the city itself has said about this area and its high value forest conservation traits. So I would just point you to that. And then at the bare minimum, if you do not deny this application today, I would ask that you just defer until a next meeting, because if you could just go out and look at the area, you would know right away why this is special, why this is different, why this community and so many people from the Kansas City area come to this area, to the trail, to the creek, to the forest. It's really different, and it's incredibly rare right now in our Northland, which is getting developed all around it. And so I would just ask that you come out and actually look at it before you make a decision, especially one that's going to have such long-term impact. Thank you very much. And also, I've attended several Kansas City Spirit meetings for the Spirit Playbook. I would just say this flies in the face of everything that I've heard regarding serviceability, livability, walkability, all the things that our city is hoping to invest in. And it really, really would destroy the environment around the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Joe?
There is Cindy DeKaiser. I don't think she was able to get her audio to work previously. And then Paola did provide some testimony in the chat, which I think if you're okay with it, we should read, since we've told people not to put it in the chat, but I understand that's our only option.
Okay. So Cindy, we will pivot to you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Cindy D. Kaiser. I live at 6483 North Delta Avenue, which is right across up the street from the little store. Most people have said everything that I would have wanted to say, but I'm really concerned with the lack of vision that these developers have. I mean, it feels like they're just throwing up buildings in hopes that they'll have rentals. We already have a lot of the things that they've proposed down the street on 68th and I-29 that are either vacant or failing businesses. So the ones that they've listed, we don't need a replica in the middle of our neighborhood, across the street from an elementary school in this, wildlife sanctuary. It's just, it's not necessary. We don't need anything like this in our area or in this, block of area. We already have all this. And I just hope that you've listened to all of these people and we can deny their application for this property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Joe, would you like to read or?
I'll ask, my computer died, so I'll ask Jared to read it. And then Jason Lentz has messaged and said that he is able to, you had previously asked him to speak and I think he had audio issues.
Let me go to Jason and then come back to you, Jared, for reading. All right, Jason, will you please state your full name and address? Oh, Jason says, he said that's all? Is that Jason and that just got in the chat?
That is Jason in the chat.
Jason, if you can speak, please speak.
Okay, yeah, this is Jason Lentz of 2404 Northwest 53rd Terrace. I have more of a question for the developer. Would they be willing to give us some money to where we can hire an environmental specialist to come in and inoculate the ground with petroleum digesting bacterias and like ferns and water plants that like digest oil that's in the ground and the groundwater? Because I have a lot of soft shell turtles and wildlife in my backyard, and this is like, we don't need a gas station. This is gonna be detrimental to our ecosystem. So that's just all.
We will definitely pose that question to the applicant when we come back to the applicant. I want to finish off public testimony. So Jared, will you read? Thank you for giving your comment.
Oh, this person said, my name is Paola Zapata, address 2611 Northwest 68th Street, which is the second house next to the proposed development. I agree with all the points our neighbors have expressed. I just want to add that we need development that is going to meet the needs of the community, that is going to add value to our families. This plan doesn't have any business logic, no need for gas station or convenience store. Please consider all these petitions to create a development that actually helps our community, not decrease the value. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony that has not been? All right, anyone else raising their hand?
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay, we will close public testimony at this point. I do want to give just a few comments and just kind of level set and summarize what I've heard. Definitely want the commissioners to add in any pieces that I missed before we return it back to the applicant to address some concerns. The first thing that I want to mention, I said it at the case just before this, we are not the final authority on this case. However, the decision and the vote plays out, it will move on to the city council, and that is the body that will be able to offer the final approval or denial. Secondly, as staff or Olavu has presented, this right here, when we look at 20.2, it's a request to approve a development plan to allow for 33,000 square feet of commercial development on 4 lots in 4 phases. It's serving as a preliminary plat, which means that as we talked about phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, those each will come back before this body. You will have an opportunity again to decide, hey, we don't think the gas station should be here. Maybe it should be an extension of the school to allow for flexible classrooms. I'm not saying that that's something that should be. I just know that a lot of comments were about this gas station, and the gas station will require a special use permit, which it has to come back before us. And then if it's denied here or approved, it will still go to the council. So approving a plan doesn't not necessarily lock in what you see here today, although I would urge the applicant to listen to the considerable amount of testimony about what the community needs. I am, not a fan of the layout, but however, here as the body on the commissioner, it is not for me to put my personal perspective on what I think about the design, but rather look at the code and the zoning. So Olafu will have an opportunity to go back to talk to you about 88-515-08, which items I heard A through H with the exception of maybe F. And he can go back and talk about the compliance to that code. I believe he already stated that, but Olafu, there may be an opportunity when we get to you for you to just go back through and bring those back on the screen. We also heard considerable testimony about the environmental impact of the development, and if there is a potential gas station, what would that impact mean to the creek, to the trail, to the surrounding neighborhood? We also heard about the design and respecting the existing zoning around. Now, it is zoned currently to allow for this development, but certainly you want to talk about the impact to the surrounding development that is residential. We also heard about concerns with stormwater runoff and what is the plan and how how will it run off and impact the creek? We heard about the legacy of the parkway with the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And then just the last comment, I believe, talked about the soil and plants. And I heard something about turtles. I'm sorry I didn't capture it because I was trying to read the area plan. So I just am trying to summarize so that we can be very efficient, Mr. Applicant, when you come on. Before we start, I want to pivot back to my commissioners if there's anything that you want to elevate for the applicant and or city staff to address before we have a vote.
I just had one question for staff that was regarding, someone had noted something about a rezoning petition. What would that process be like? What is that?
Yeah, and Sarah can certainly explain about that, but there's been a lot of testimony about the criteria that you are to consider for a rezoning. And as Olufu mentioned, they're withdrawing that request. I'm going to jump in and suggest that the commission continue this case. And the reason for that is because clearly there's understandable confusion with the public because the plan does still show the drive-throughs. Olufu has a correction in his recommendation that they remove that. But I think the commission would be better served and be in a better position if they revise the plans first before they ask you to dismiss a rezoning so that you guys can properly deal with all the testimony regarding the criteria for the rezoning. Otherwise, you have a plan that's kind of out there and you don't know whether it will change, even though you're suggesting that it should.
Yeah, I think I'm
potentially.
following you there. I guess I was wondering if there's a method for it. The way it was stated, and I'm just not familiar with this, was as I understood it, if a lot of people in a certain area petitioned to rezone something that they didn't own, there's a way to do that.
So I think what they were talking about is a protest petition. And so if you file a sufficient protest petition with enough signatures from people that reside, I believe it's within 185 feet, it then takes a super majority to approve a rezoning. And so instead of 7 votes, it's 9 votes.
At council. It's like
Cool.
vacations.
Thanks. Helpful.
Olufu, I'm sorry, I have to go to a required training and my computer died. But Olufu will be able to provide some additional information and clarification for you. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I guess, and we can hear from the applicant, but I have thoughts about the case. But I think given the fact that there is a dismissal of a rezoning case, which we could vote on now or vote on in the future, that could dramatically change the project plan. And given the feedback and potentially our comments here in a minute, I think that could inform a better designed project that, so I guess, let's hear from the applicant and then we can discuss, but I think I'm leaning towards that as well.
Leaning towards continuing.
Yeah, continuing, but I would like to get everything out so that they can take it back in and either simply revise it and come back and see if they can try and convince people or we're okay with it, or they kind of redo the whole thing.
Yeah, I want to hear the applicant as well, but for me, it's so contingent upon the idea of the gas station that I'm ready to go ahead and make a decision on it and not continue it, but I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Anything you would like to add? You want to hear from the applicant?
Yes, I don't think all the cards are on the table. We gotta just.
I will, move at the pleasure of the commission. The one thing that I do want to highlight is just from a public perspective, it is difficult to organize people, and they have organized a lot of people both online and here. So if we continue it, we're asking them to organize people to show up again. So that's just something that I want to be mindful of. And if we can make a decision, we should. But
I guess I don't know the trigger towards a project plan, but I guess in theory, right? If there's a B1 zoning, right, they could come back and design something by right. And it may not be what the community envisions. And so I understand the continuance and people organize. I get it. And we're probably not the best body for public engagement. But given our caseload, it's like almost impossible to do it any other time. So I guess the debate internally in my head is how do you get a better product or development without just kind of letting it do by right, I guess. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, it's tricky because each phase comes back before us. So it's almost like it's gonna come back before us. If I was the applicant, I would listen to the community and bring back a better plan when I come from each phase, right? But certainly, and then it's going to council, I think, after this. So how about we hear from the applicant to address some of those concerns, and then Olafu, if you want to deal directly with the is it chapter 88 515 code? Happy to hear that. And then maybe we'll just decide as a commission where we move forward. So who is the applicant is? Got so many names.
So, okay,
Sean?
to answer, yeah, I'm here. So answer a few questions that were asked. So stormwater, we will meet all the city criteria for stormwater management, MBMPs. There's a requirement by code. We intend to provide all that. As far as runoff goes, there's BMP requirements. There are additional things required when it has a gas station to help clean, make sure there's any extra cleaning from the parking lot as well. The fueling station, the tanks, the pumps, everything's very heavily regulated by the state of Missouri, by MDNR, by the EPA. The city of Kansas City also has criteria for that. We were following all of those criteria. That is what helps, ensure that the creek stays clean. That is why those, regulations are in place. We've worked with the city on the plan. We've worked with Parks in the plan to help lay that out, to provide the extra buffer along the parkway. In addition, when we looked at this plan, we looked at the area plan. If you look at the proposed area plan, the proposed uses for the future land use, you can look along Line Creek Parkway as a proposed parkway that's going to continue on up. It starts all the way down there at Inglewood and then continues on up to, past Berry Road up to the north into the Northland, on past the limits of the area plan. Along that corridor from 68th Street up to, past 72nd Street, there's a mixture of community mixed use and neighborhood mixed use. As well as once you get up to the Berry Road corridor, the same kind of thing falls in that area. So when you look at the area plan, that's where we lay out how some of this development probably started originally and how we've looked at to see that this area is designated as mixed use community. When that corridor is completed, it will change some of this area as well. Let's see. We have, we are complying with all the city codes, the state regulations. We aren't asking for any variances on that, any changes to the code requirements there. Sean, do you have anything else you'd like to add? You're muted, Sean.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I would like to say that number one, it's not going to be a World Liquor. First of all, thank you for support at World Liquor, all of you guys. Whoever has supported us. This is a whole separate development. It's a different plan. We're not going to put a World Liquor there. You can see it's going to be called Hopewell Market, or it's going to be whoever we will find to get a gas station over there. So that's very, very important. We will follow every single rule. I've been in Kansas City for 24 years. And I thank you for the community and the city and everybody who has supported me. And it is really good that we have always followed every single rule when it comes to the city or community and make it work. We will work with the community as well. Make sure we make them happy with their needs. Seems like they don't need anything right now. But if they have something comes up, they're more than welcome to share with us and say, we would like to get this at this subdivision we were working on. That's all.
Thank you. We've closed public testimony. Thank you. So moving forward, Olafu. If there are any feedback or statements you want to make in reference to the public testimony about the code?
Based on the code with the
elimination or the dismissal of the rezoning, and then they eliminate the drive-through, that section of the code, 515 does not come into play because they're not doing any rezoning. 515 has to do with rezoning, which leaves other sections of the code. I do have other additional questions, and our recommendation to continue is based on the fact that we have a revised plans that the neighborhood have not seen. And the reason we came up today was due to the number of interest that was expressed for this case. We did not want to hold this for another 2 weeks, even though it's not really ready to come before you, and then make it look like we are trying not to show up at a, posted public hearing. So with everything you've given me now, I will expect them to address. I have a list of 11 items, and we will come back and I'll make sure Sean gets the 11 items. We'll get a revised plan and we'll go over it and try to address everything, include the site layout, which will be a revised site layout, include the overall design. We may get all 4 designs. So my recommendation at this time would be to come back in a month, because we need to get revised plans and we need to review it, and they need to share it with the neighborhood, even if it's just via mailing, so they can see what the revised plan looks like. And hopefully we'll have a better product before you next time. And our apologies. The reason again was that the meeting was already scheduled. There was public interest, and we did not want to pull the meeting from you, at the last minute without having to hear the neighborhoods that were already coming to today's meeting.
Thank you. Anders?
I have a question for the applicant. If this is continued, then would the new project plan that comes back or development plan, would that be without the convenience store and gas station, or would it still include that?
We would, we would still include the plan for the convenience store on a revised application. And, we would update the plan to make sure it's clear on any removal of the drive-throughs, and the change or remove that rezoning request is everything is very clear on that. As far as the content of what we're proposing, this is what we feel like is a good plan for the development. We don't intend to remove the convenience store from the that corner at this plan right now.
Got it. Thanks. Well, I'll make a motion in a minute, but to deny the case, and I'll explain it first, but then provide opportunity for others to weigh in. For me, it's so contingent upon this development plan is so contingent upon the concept of something that for me is a non-starter based upon everything we've heard today. So that's why I'll go ahead and make the motion to deny it. Understanding the benefits of continuing, in that, again, by right, something could be developed here that, again, the neighborhood might not appreciate, and it would have less public engagement than this process.
Before you make the motion, let's see from others.
I just want to point out, I think that the site actually could be developed. It could be done well with regards to nature and things like that. I think to Commissioner Ender's point, the gas station seems out of place. We've had multiple cases before where we don't like gas stations. And I think after the recent federal legislation, the neighborhood could probably send Joe Manchin a thank you note. But the future of gas stations is probably changing dramatically. And I do worry about redeveloping those because we've seen some of those come up as well. My main concerns are, 1, the gas station, 2, the general layout and kind of the boulevard and parkway standards. I think you could redevelop the site to be very clean along Waukomis, and then I believe Northwest 68th Street. And then there could be a lot of great neighborhood retail that would be beneficial. I think too often we shortchange a lot of our suburban areas and rural areas and just kind of put stuff down and not really think it through. Even though it's kind of a rundown strip mall in Waldo, there's a lot of great local restaurants and vendors in those that I think really benefit the community. And so I think a development like this in a neighborhood actually could have that potential. And so with the idea that it's going to come back with a gas station, which I don't, if I'm on the commission by the time it comes back, I wouldn't support a special use permit. So I don't want to lead the developer on thinking that that's a potential. So I would be in support of denial currently. But understand the development could and probably should happen on the site.
Paul, are there any comments you would like to make? Okay.
Well, just an observer, I don't know anybody else who's for this project besides the developer.
Yeah. I agree. I'll make some comments, and however the motion is that anyone who watches this knows that I am not always a fan of a neighborhood full of gas stations. I see it happen throughout other parts of the city. We continue to approve those. I don't particularly care for a neighborhood that's full of gas stations, and certainly hope that as a body, we think about policies that looks at saturation within a community. However, I think a developer per the zoning has a right to create a development plan that has that, and this body could reject it. I certainly hope the applicant would think differently about it. I think that there are a lot of great things that could happen that could add value to the creeks and the trails and the railroad, much like Baker has said. And so, I would hope that the developer would think about what other things can happen there besides a gas station, but we will see with your motion how we go.
Commissioner Beasley want to say anything?
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry, Commissioner Beasley.
Yes, I was going to say the thing that I'm hearing is the difference in, and I hope I haven't confused the cases, the acreage. Isn't that one of the contentions we had that the community brought out?
Yes, correct.
So I would prefer that we come back with a clean plan that addresses all of the requirements and actual data that pertains to this development site.
Thank you.
So I would lean toward a continuance.
We have before us continuance or denial.
I'll go ahead and make my motion, and then we can vote it down if that's the case. Chair Hill, I move to dismiss 20.1 and deny 20.2.
Second.
All right,
Sarah, should those be separate motions?
oh, yes, so we need to do two because there's, wait, hold on, Olafur, are you asking?
I'm asking Sarah.
Yeah, 20.1, right? Or is the one where they were asking for a dismissal. And I think what Tyler is saying is he's asking for a dismissal as well as 20.2, which is why he's saying those together.
Well, yeah, dismiss 20.1 and deny 20.2.
That permissible?
Yes,
For those
that's
to be
fine.
together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Lisa, call the roll.
Yep, I'm here. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye. All right, the project 20.1, it will be dismissed, and we have denied 20.2. Thank you all. This concludes our docket for today. Unless there are other announcements or special notices, can we make a motion to close?
So moved.
All right. I just.
I don't like how he doesn't do. He did.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I can go. Oh, wait.